Hello. Welcome back to the channel. We've got some stuff to talk about, okay? Not always looking to just chat, but I have something on my mind today, and I want to talk about it, so let's talk about it. Let's see. Let me just get it all pulled up here. We're gonna play more Disco Elysium, of course. No issue there. But I do want to talk about this, the Game Awards, for a moment. No thanks. So the Game Award nominees just dropped, and maybe it's just me. I am seeing a lot of conversation about this, but I think that this is the worst run ever of the Game Awards, like as far as the Game of the Year nominees go. So let's start with the good. Metaphor, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and Astrobot, these were obvious. These had to be nominated. There really wasn't even a discussion around not nominating them. These were locked in forever. So they didn't mess that up. So that's good. Balatro. Let me just. Woo! Balatro. That's awesome to see Balatro nominated. You know, a small indie game. This game's available on your phones, by the way, if you haven't played it. It's a roguelite poker game. It is so much fun. It's so addicting. Absolutely love Balatro. Love that it got nominated. Love to see indie game representation in the Game of the Year awards. That's awesome. And then we get to these two. Now, let me show you something. I use a website called GG, and I like to sort my Game of the Years, and you can add me on here. I'll show you my profile. It's Shoutcider, same as my name, @TheGoodIdiot. Shoutcider's on YouTube. This is me, and these are the games that I play, sometimes on stream, sometimes off stream. It depends. And I make a list every year of my Game of the Year awards. And as you can see, my Game of the Year right now, as it stands, is Shadow of the Erdtree. But if I was doing a presentation like this, I would not nominate it for the Game of the Year. I would nominate Silent Hill 2 because it's an actual full game. At this current point, that's my real Game of the Year. Shadow of the Erdtree was maybe my favorite overall experience, but when we're talking about Game of the Year awards, I wouldn't pick that. And I have another game too that I'm finishing up off stream that might usurp both of these anyway, so it won't even be an issue. But yeah, I mean, this just sets, I think, a bad precedent, you know? Like, what makes... Look, Shadow of the Erdtree is the best DLC I've ever played in my life, but it is still a DLC. And at what point is a DLC, like, eligible? Like, at what point do you consider it eligible? Because you guys didn't do that for Cyberpunk. You know, if we jump over to Cyberpunk, Phantom Liberty, I mean, it scored pretty damn good. It didn't get a nominee. It has a higher score, I'm pretty sure, than Alan Wake 2, which got a nominee that year. Or it's very comparable at the very least. Alan Wake 2 is there at 20 and Liberty's at 23. Okay. The Alan Wake 2 was technically above it if you look at the third decimal point or whatever. But still, point still stands. Like, what makes... Why was Phantom Liberty not qualified? But Shadow of the Erdtree was. And even if you get into stuff like, you know, Far Cry Blood Dragon, that's a lot of people's, like, favorite DLC ever. Far Cry Blood Dragon was available standalone. Like, you could play that as its own standalone experience. Shadow of the Erdtree requires, like, minimum, like, 30 hours, 40 hours of playing the base game to even access it. And if we took a look at the Steam you know, requirements, loading up my Steam, let's go to Elden Ring and look at these achievements. View global achievements. And this, where does it show me the percentage of all? It says it right there, but that's not quite right. Isn't there a way to see, like, how many people have each achievement? I think it's supposed to be here, but last I checked, though, it's not showing up for me. Last I checked, so you have to defeat Moog. And the last I checked, only like 40% of people who bought the base game defeated Moog. So that's not exactly a high number of players that, you know, even have access to this DLC. It just bewilders me, you know? It shocks me. And like I said, for me, this was the best gaming experience that I had this year so far. But that doesn't mean that I would nominate it for this award. And the other half of this, I haven't even gotten to this one yet, Black Myth Wukong. I mean, this just frustrates me. Look, I'm sure Black Myth Wukong is a great game. I have not played it myself. Maybe I'll change my tone once I do. However, if we go to the best games of the year and we look at the games that are nominated, you know, these top 4 were all nominated, Balatros nominated, there's a pretty sizable gap of games that are not nominated here. Like a Dragon, Dragon's Dogma 2, Silent Hill 2, Tekken 8. I mean, the Prince of Persia. I mean, these are fantastic games. Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom. The new Dragon Quest III remake. You know, that probably came out a little late, but still. There's a lot of games that have come out that are pretty good, pretty great. Might have been deserving of that final 6th spot. But I know some people really wanted Helldivers too. But Dragon Ball, that's a great one. Even the new Call of Duty is great. We have to go all the way down to 110 to get to Black Myth Wukong. And I checked, and this right here, this score is the 2nd lowest score of any game to be nominated for Game of the Year. This, just like with this sets a bad precedent to me. That you can make a big budget title that gets 90+ review scores in Like a Dragon, in Tekken 8. You can make these big budget, and that's hard to do, a big budget near AAA or AAA game that eclipses this 90 mark. It is rare. You can see there's only 17 things here that have done it. Most of them are indie or DLC. There aren't that many AAA level things. I mean, Astrobot, kind of, Elden Ring, Rebirth, ReFantazio, and then it's indie. This is a DLC. Why doesn't this DLC get nominated, huh? What's the difference between this and this? 2 review points? It's still a lot higher than Black Myth Wukong, which didn't get nominated, or which did get nominated. So, like, that's kind of where I'm like, this just doesn't make sense. These nominees do not compute. We did okay on 4 of them. I would say we did baseline, like, minimum expectation on 3 of them. I don't think you deserve credit for giving the 3 highest Game of the Year nominee, you know, the highest scoring Game of the Year nominees. Giving one to Balatro, I think that's so cool. I want to play UFO 50 soon, and UFO 50 might pass up Balatro for me. Also, if we look at my rankings, I'm pretty sure, yeah, I had Crow Country above Balatro as well, for me personally, but I could totally understand Balatro being above it for a lot of other people. It's, you know, tomato at that point. But that's just kind of my thing, is that to me, this game being here says one thing. It says, wow, this game was really popular with a demographic of people that generally do not tune in for the Game Awards. And if we nominate it, those people might tune in. This is like purely self-serving nomination. I don't believe Black Myth Wukong got nominated because it's that good of a game, because it's as good as these other 5 games. I think if you ask 100 people to rank these games from 1 through 6, almost all of them will put Black Myth Wukong at 6. Like, you know, like, I think if you pull 100 people's Game of the Year awards, Black Myth Wukong probably doesn't even pop up on them, you know? Like, it just is a bizarre nomination to me if it's for the quality of the game, because the same people that pick which one of these will win, 90% of the vote is done by a critics community, and that same critics community are the same ones that give these scores out. That doesn't make sense. Why would the same community of people that say that this is easily, far and away, the worst of these 6 games even consider giving it the the Game of the Year award? And if it's not a real competitor for the award, it should not be here. The only reason it's here is because there's an entire demographic of people that might tune in to see if it wins. That's it. And that's a slap in the face to all the other games that could have been here, or could have been here, where a DLC took that spot. Only 6 games get these spots. Do you know how rare it is for a AAA size title to get 90 plus and not get that nomination? Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth and Tekken 8 both eclipse 90 and won't get a Game of the Year nomination. If we go back to last year, there's no AAA level game that got above 90 that did not get a Game of the Year nomination. 2022, let's take a look. Game of the Year, these are indie titles, and that's it. We only had 8 in total, and these are all indie level titles. But anything that was big budget, the 2 that were big budget got nomination. 2021. This one didn't even have anything above 90. Do you understand how hard it is to make a AAA level game that's supposed to have mass appeal and still eclipses this 90 mark? And you didn't give them the opportunity to be celebrated. You didn't give them and all the people that worked on that the opportunity to have this moment on stage, to have their game next to all these other greats. They don't necessarily have to win. It would have been an uphill battle for Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth to win, or Tekken 8 to win. But they still accomplished something that is so extremely hard to do in gaming. And they're getting nothing out of it. Nothing from you guys. Because you would rather generate buzz and clicks and get more viewership than actually celebrate the games that are in the title of your show. And this has been an ongoing problem for a long time with the Game Awards. But man, does this really just epitomize that issue. Epitomize that the days of celebrating gaming are so far behind us when it comes to this show. So far behind us. This is a show for advertisements and viewership. And that's all they care about. That's why the people, when they win the awards, don't get more than 3 minutes to talk on the stage. That's why they're immediately shoot off greats in this industry. People like Shigeru Miyamoto can go up on the stage, and Jeff Keighley would rather push them off the stage in under 180 seconds than let them have this beautiful moment where we can respect everything that they've contributed to an industry that we love to partake in. It's so offensive. It is genuinely offensive that these 2 games are on this list right now in front of me. I don't even know, like, if I search up, did Like a Dragon get Best Narrative? Wow, hey, that's pretty cool. Love that. Love that for them. Best RPG, oh, and then the show for Best Adaptation. So this game scored a 90 plus and it's getting 2 nominations. A AAA level game. What about Tekken 8? I bet it's not getting much. Wait, what? Okay. Best multiplayer. Wow, 2 awards. That's so cool. Like, that's, yeah, like it's that'd be one thing. Like imagine if like Baldur's Gate 3 didn't get nominated. Like, that's kind of how it feels right now. Like, the only game on here, like comparing it to last year, that didn't get nominated, that was like at that big level, I guess you could say Dave the Diver, but like, it's obviously the bottom one here. Although I would say Spider-Man 2 didn't belong here at all. I think it got way higher reviews than the quality of that game actually is. But like, even the people that want to say, oh, well, Tekken 8's a fighting game. Street Fighter 6 was nominated last year. It's just, it frustrates me. Like I said, it's to summarize my complaints here. One, having a DLC nominated sets a weird precedent, and I don't know if any other DLC ever will get nominated. So it's like, why'd you nominate it in the first place? If you really want to celebrate the DLC, either put Elden Ring in the best ongoing games, because it got a DLC, which you've done before. Cyberpunk got best ongoing game last year, I'm pretty sure. But they didn't put Elden Ring in here this time. I don't know. They didn't want to do it, I guess. Or create a best DLC award. There's tons of DLC every single year. If I go through these rankings, you're going to find something DLC related very high up. Xenoblade Chronicles 3 last year. This year, we've got Shadow of the Erdtree. We've got The Final Shape. If I go to 2022, we've got Dead Cells. We've got a Hearthstone. I knew there was another one here. I just couldn't find it. Cuphead DLC. Like, there is great DLC. The Witch Queen. Every single year there's great DLC. If you want to celebrate DLC, make a DLC award. Every year has it. There would have been a quality winner the last several years, just going back and looking at the list here. Endwalker. Easy. Done. 2020. Okay, this one might have been tough. Oh, MK11 Ultimate. That's technically a DLC, right? I don't know. Whatever. Point still stands. I'm not gonna sit here and look through everything. But there probably would have been a quality winner. So don't nominate a DLC for Game of the Year. Make a DLC award instead if that's what you want to do. And two, don't spit in the face of other games by putting on here a game that's only there to self-congratulate, to self-endorse, come watch our show. Look, your game's on here. We're not actually seriously considering it as a contender. What is all Black Myth Wukong nominated for, too? Because, look, best art direction, that's perfectly fine. Best action game, I mean, it might be it has a chance in here. I don't know. I feel like most people will just say Stellar Blade is better. Stellar Blade is more of a tight-knit, experience, while Black Myth Wukong is this giant epic tale that it goes very up and down in terms of quality. Black Ops 6 I thought was actually amazing. I was shocked by how good it was. But yeah, that's all I had to say on this. I'm done. We can move on. We can move on to Disco Elysium now. This really upset me, and to rebel, I'm gonna host my own show. So that's right, you're gonna want to tune in here, December, and on that day, December, we will celebrate real gamer games. And also you can follow me on GG if you want to see how my list is going together. I'm gonna try to get to 50. I'm going to try to get to 50. Try my best. We'll see if I can get to 50. I've got one game I'm wrapping up right now. And these are new games. These aren't just every game I've played this year. These are specifically the new releases that I've played this year. So, but that's it. We're done with that conversation. Instead, we're going to play Disco Elysium. So, strap in, boyos. Disco Elysium. 20 hours in. Let's see. Gamers rise up, fight the power. Yeah! I'm going to have to monitor my camera a little bit. If my camera starts bugging out, I might need to make a couple adjustments. I did boost the quality back on it so that way when I did this, it didn't look like ass. But it might start acting up again. And if it does... Oh, it's already acting up. Hold on. Quick adjustment. opened the thing and it didn't open. Okay, there. Nope, not that. There we go. That ought to help. Okay, continue. Oh, my controller. I left my controller. We'll play with the mouse. Continue. Sorry about the actual rant to start off the stream. I just wanted to get that all off my chest. How do we want to do this? How do we want to do this? Why is there not a cap on this? I would love to cap this at 60 FPS so it doesn't cause any like CPU issues trying to run too high. But it does not want to do that. Wish that was a thing. Can I, if I set this, can I set a cap? I thought you could do that, but by the way, this room, beautiful, gorgeous, stunning, excellent. I love everything about it. Okay. What did we want to do today? What did we want to do today? I said, what did we want to do today? We want to find Ruby. That's what we want to do. Ruby, 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 Ruby. Ah, oh, why'd you have to do it to me? Is there a way to get into the electrical building? Yes, it's the church. Couldn't tell by the... Oh, it looks like there's an entrance on top of the church, or on top of the power plant. Okay, is there a way to get up there? There's a ladder, but I can't interact with the ladder.
You see, I want...
Ah, shut up. Can I open these? $5. Sorry, I'm flabbergasted by how rich that makes me. There was another trap there. I needed to check the other traps. That was one thing. Does not look like there's an easy way around this. Can I get down here from here? No, I cannot. Okay, the body's gone.
There's some tear.
Okay. All right, we need to find the other traps. That's what I want to do. That's what I've decided. I would like to do that. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I'm really hoping today that we kind of get something cooking, you know?
The light vanishes inside the concrete slit. The structure goes deep under the earth.
What's in there?
Maybe it's just a storm drain for the sewer.
Kim, any idea what's down
No
there?
idea. Could be connected to one of the buildings around here.
Think we might find Ruby down there?
We might find her down somewhere. There's an old storm drain system beneath Martinez that's mostly collapsed. Revachol's sewage system has been built and rebuilt 4 or 5 times now.
Okay.
In conclusion, she could be under any building.
But not in here.
I hope not.
Oh.
There's no echo and no answer.
That might not lead anywhere. Okay, let's go check this trap over here.
This is the trap Morel just set. Checking it over, he said, is just a technicality. But the reeds by the abandoned campsite sway and tremble while the snow falls all around. The later it gets, the colder. Remnants of the camp can still be seen in the sand. The fire that's gone out. You feel strange, somehow. This trap is also full of panicked locusts. No sign of any cryptozoological beast inside.
Okie doke.
Another
Yeah, you probably have a
trap.
good point. The lieutenant takes a note. More out of habit than duty. Let's get going. The next one is the lucky one.
The next one has a crab trapped in it. These are just crab traps, you do realize.
Yes. But... Oh, perception. Let's go. Free money. Thank you, perception. Yeah, you have a good point. We probably should find my, Oh. Let me get a look at those babies. Ooh! Oh, he's so drippy. Nice. What am I doing now? Logic and authority? Savoir-faire. Yeah. I can't even see it. Let's go. Oh, there was one right here.
This trap's not too hard to spot once you know what to look for. Keeping it hidden has not been
out,
a priority
bro.
for the cryptozoologist. Behind you, the ruins of a residential building loom over the reeds. They whisper amongst themselves, confidentially. Snowflakes cling to their shivering stems.
Reach for the trap.
Nothing but locusts in this trap as well. Definitely no cryptozoological monstrosity.
Empty as all of them. One more of these and we're done.
Bummer it wasn't in here.
I'm just glad we haven't found
Coolness
some poor
plus
cat
7.
trapped in one of these.
That would be sad, Kim. Thank you. The boat is shoddily constructed. A strong breeze might blow it over. I don't think so. Didn't look over here at all. What the heck's with this building?
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other.
Scattering bullet holes. Oh my god, look at all these bullet holes. I haven't seen any other bullet holes in the walls before somehow.
Correct. The density of the bullet holes is unusual. Even in a general average bullet hole frequency in Martinez sense. Grim affairs. Meaning
Damn.
this is a lot of bullet holes. Looks like fully automatic rifle fire. Something you don't see these days.
Why not?
The manufacturing and sale of automatic rifles was curtailed after the revolution. The destructive power of such tools proved to be too much. We do need to retain some humanity in this world.
Okay. I think I have something with visual calculus, don't I? Yeah, I'm losing visual calculus on this. So let's put this on instead. I like how I put those glasses on just to literally take them off like right away. I'm gaining a visual calculus on that. Okay, any of these guys give visual calculus? I almost wish I could hit like a button. And maybe this defeats some purpose in the game or something, but like if I could hit like a button and then hit like optimize 4 and then choose a perk and it puts on like all the gear that would help with that, but
A scattering
whatever.
of bullet holes is spread
Not a
across the
complaint.
cracked wall. A row of ghostly shades stand facing the wall. There are many of them, a dozen at least, their heads lowered and eyes blindfolded. It's quiet.
a firing
No
squad.
sound, no movement. 10 meters away, other shades are lined up in an orderly manner, automatic rifles primed. A gust of wind blows by. The coats of the firing squad flap slowly in the breeze. A single person stands on the side. A long time has passed since the moment of this fusillading. Rain and brine have since washed all the blood away. Not a trace remains.
What is this?
The abundance of bullet holes leads to two options. Either an inordinate amount of executions were performed here, or they did not use a conscience round, where only one soldier has the loaded rifle. Looks like this was a mass execution with everyone fully armed.
Look at the people.
A host of men, probably in everyday clothes, ragged from the conflict and covered in dust. They were not sitting, a common practice for executions in some nations, as demonstrated by the height level of the bullet holes. They stand, facing the wall. It's impossible to discern any details about their personality or background. Ordinary people, familiar, each and every one of them.
Who were they?
Comrades, the forsaken, the wretched, who tried to rise against the horrors of the world.
Look at the line of soldiers.
7 men in combat uniforms and dark coats, holding automatic rifles aimed at the people. Soldiers from some side. But from which one? Men of duty. Dark duty.
Who were they?
Murderers. Twisted by orders. Young boys forced into killing.
Look at the person sitting on the side.
The commandant. The one who gives the order. Machine gun fire crackling through the air. The lights of the muzzle flashes dancing on his face.
Kim, who was who in this execution?
I don't know. I don't know who died here, lined up beside that horrible wall. It could have been any of the parties involved in the revolution. Perhaps the ones executed here were the loyalist conservatives, killed by the communists at the start of the Civil War. Or it could have been the communists, put to death during the last stretch of the conflict by the coalition forces.
Remember what Trent Heidelstein said about Veld?
What if it was the Feld personnel when their assets were being seized by the revolutionaries?
Another likely scenario.
You mentioned coalition forces. Could it have been them against the wall?
Yeah. It's very unlikely the coalition forces were the ones who died here. They were always the last ones against the wall. To be honest, if a coalition member was anyone in this situation, it was a commandant, the superior giving the orders.
A cold sea wind blows away the figures.
One question I have is, am I saying all this stuff out loud, like when I'm doing the visual calculus to Kim? Ancient paint is peeling off the roof of the shaded bench covered in rust. Or does Kim also figure that out at the same time? You think they'd still call this Earth, or are they the wretched of something else? Good question. An old ticket taker booth, no longer in operation. I think they call it E-Arth. People paid money to park here. No one would pay now. I think it's just explaining his thought process to the audience. Yeah, that's kind of the vibe I was getting, but... A beepo beepo? What is that, a hat? Oh my god! Oh, Oh my god! Oh, his drip! Oh, I can't stand it! Oh, just being in his presence! Oh, it hurts me so, my very soul! Ah! God damn! Drip master. A door, a building, a hiding place. Could the instigator be inside? Door's not barred shut. It is inaccessible. Oh, he dripping. Oh, I'm dripping. I'm dripping looking at him. Okay, I think the last trap is pretty by where we came in, so we should just head our little way back there, and probably should call it a night. Honestly, it's nearly midnight. The audio is bugging out like crazy. You know what? I'm gonna quick save. I'm all nervous after last stream. Guess I didn't check this stuff before. Or maybe I did. Nothing in there. Alright, where is this last trap? It made it sound like it was like back over here somewhere. Right there.
It takes you a moment, but finally you spot the last of Morel's traps. This one's partially obscured by the reeds.
Look around.
The reeds bend forlornly toward the water. Some tufts have been crushed. The broken stalks sickly pale against the darkness. In the east, the city center hums to you.
Continue.
The constant, distant song, louder on this part of the coast, nearer somehow. And there's that cold again. Always the cold.
Reach for the trap.
The trap feels light and silent as you pick it up. Something is different here. No locust. No phasmid either. But still.
Look
Well,
closer.
the bait worked on something. This doesn't mean it was a reed monster, though. Unless you see one in there. I just see an empty trap.
But what if it was the phasmid? What if it ate them and got out?
Right. Anyway, that's for the cryptozoologists to figure out now. We are not cryptozoologists. We are cops.
A cold
Could be
gust
both.
of air dries your sweaty face, and you look to the dark shadow of the Feld building in the distance, drawing you to it. What a strange sensation. Once this is done, should you ask the wind again?
What? The Feld building? Should I go back there? I mean, they're clearly locusts in there, by the way. Should I go back to the Feld building? I don't think I don't think I was able to get in it. Oh, I forgot to pick those up. I mean, that seemed like it was very clearly saying, like, hey, go to the Feld building. So maybe I should just, hey, go to the Feld building. So let's walk back. This might be a waste of time. We'll see. We're going to sprint our asses off. Go, 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 go. Yeah, that walker was real confused. This one's the Feld building, right? I'm not crazy.
You see, a once bright
Yeah.
mural.
So what is drawing me here? What is unique about this? Is it below? It said Feld Electronics on it. Can't go in there. Maybe back to the first trap.
You've checked all.
Wait,
You've checked all the traps.
nothing to do
now.
with them. The
There's nothing.
Well, why would you tell me about the Feld building and it drawing your eyes to it and the wind? Is this not Ghost of Tsushima? Is it not like the wind tells me where to go? Oh, yeah, I forgot I never checked this.
A metal
That over there.
Ooh, hidden.
Pick
You
it
lift
up.
The boy out of the wall.
Open it.
Shot glasses.
Well, damn.
We're lucky it's still here a little longer. It would have
Still
floated
got
away.
here Too late. I have no idea.
It doesn't matter, Quirk.
Or think we do. This is a small loose end, either way. Not important, I hope.
Gonna be rated to the
In my
cryptozoologist?
experience, cryptids are generally uninterested in travel documentation.
Damn it.
You could ask the miss what she thinks.
I could do that. I think I needed to talk to her once Kim went to bed anyway. All right, let's walk all the way back, report to the cryptozoologist, and then get ready for bed. Oh, I could do karaoke. That was the other thing I got. And maybe it'll be packed over there now that it's close to midnight. Okay. Just got to remember to autosave before I interact with anyone. I'm so nervous about losing progress again now. Where am I going? Here? It's quiet. Too quiet. Something's going on here. All right. Quick save. Oh, maybe I can't chat with. They might have gone to bed. Hey, can I do karaoke?
Can I help you? Got the 20 real. Good. You got the room for the night, but remember, you'll need another 20 real tomorrow.
Here's
What
a
is
bird.
this thing?
I don't know. I thought it would look nice. Actually, it was me who
I
broke
should
it.
have known Sylvie wouldn't accidentally break things here. Okay, this is actually a nice bird. A competent piece of taxidermy. I can fix it to the plaque and have a new bird in the establishment, I guess? So, I don't know. Thank you. I'm gonna go with thank you.
You're
People
welcome.
just don't know how to accept gifts, especially taxidermy. He likes it. He likes the bird. It solves his broken bird problem.
A broken bird problem.
I feel good about our work here today. It's all
It's not actually about that.
Gar, I need
But
to sing
he-
karaoke
No,
now.
you don't. It's not happening.
What do you even have the PA system if no one's
It's
going to
for
use it?
It's for no one. It's a prop. I'm not letting anyone use it after the great karaoke catastrophe of 44.
It's not a prop. It's for clients. I know it's
Okay,
used.
yes, it's for some clients.
I'm a real client. I paid my bills and I have the right to use the karaoke machine.
Well, we don't have any tapes. They all got stolen.
He's lying. But whatever, you don't really need his lame tracks.
It's all right. I have my own song with me.
The man in the vest and the violet shirt stares at the tape you've just given him. He begins to frown. Hard. This is the look of a man who's defeated. He knows he's out of excuses.
Fine, fine. Climb on that stage and do your thing. Just get out of my hair.
Oh yeah. Time.
Oh, yeah. This feels right. You belong here.
The stage is all set. You feel a little...
Okay.
So, are you ready for
Okay,
your...
it's drama. Let me get drama on. Make sure I don't fail this check. Drama. Boom. -1 drama? Ew. Drama. Boom. -1 drama. Is anything costing me drama? +2 drama. Let's go. Okay. This is it. It's
the
time.
stage is- You feel it.
So, are you ready for your thing now? Let me know when I should turn on the
Dress
karaoke
code. Oh,
carousel.
I even got an extra bonus from this. I'm ready, Gart. Hit play.
The air is thick with
Lay it on me,
anticipation.
big boy.
The tape clicks into the carousel, and then the music starts.
I would often go there, to the tiny church there, the smallest church in Saint-Saëns, though it once was larger. How the real may rest there. Down through the mist there, toward the Seven Sisters, toward those pale cliffs there. I would often stay there, in that tiny yard there. I have been so glad here, looking forward to the past here. But now, you are all alone. None of this matters. No, none of this matters at all.
Woo! Now that's what I'm fucking talking about.
Not bad.
That's what it's all about, baby.
Yes, not bad at all.
Thank you, ancient reptilian
No
brain.
reply. There is silence now in the deep where the voice came from. It has receded into you, to return only in dreams and nightmares.
Thanks for bearing with me. I'm gonna get back to work now.
Yes. I'm going to unplug the microphone, okay?
Damn, that was stellar. That was juicy. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. What else do we have in here? There was something to ask her when Kim's not around. That was something I needed to do. Oh, also, can I do that now? Like, if I did that now, would he... how does this work? If I send the body back now, is he gonna be gone for a while? Or is he gonna be back in the morning? Let's go ahead. I'll hit a quick save. Let's see. I'm gonna send him now, and we'll see if he's here in the morning. And if not, I can decide if I want to make any changes.
The bear's eyes are still glowing red. It's
I thought we decided to leave it to processing.
okay. So you can sneak out of your room maybe, after he's gone asleep.
Nah, it's okay.
All right.
There go those beautiful enamel boots. You will never own the full set.
I will need a little help carrying him. You take the hands, I'll take the legs.
Okay. Bro, I might consider learning that karaoke, bro. I'm about to head over to my local tavern. Fucking rip that shit. Damn, it is like dead of night here now. Glacé. I need to talk to you. She's gone.
The same small, heavy dog.
Physical instrument. I might try to kick this in real fast. Put that on. Physical instrument. Tom Waits triple bass drink a gallon a day voice. His voice does go crazy. It sounds like... I don't even know what it sounds like. Mine is 2 physical instrument. Damn. Sounds crazy, though. All right. Anything else affecting my physical instrument? All right. And then also... Oh, I can't. Oh, I can't get it any higher. I'm going to have to drink alcohol. Oh, no. Oh, never mind. Well, where did Classe go? Maybe she's only here in the morning. Like, maybe she went to bed. But where did she go to bed? She said she was going to stay there, and she didn't. So that's,
The window stands broken.
Oh, hold on.
The
Voice.
window stands broken. In the morning light hurts. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face. Now without the expression. It's just hairy. The faucet is
Damn.
quite terribly mangled, but you just might be able to twist its parts into place. You handle the chain cutters deftly, applying just enough pressure. The faucet regains a recognizable shape. The steam stops. Told you that you needed those chain cutters. Everything is connected. Everything has a purpose. The mirror begins to clear slowly without you having to wipe it.
Oh. Is this a door? That's weird. Okay, so that was encyclopedia, right? Okay. Do I have anything else for encyclopedia? +2 encyclopedia. Anything costing me encyclopedia? No. Okay. Then let's drop 1 here. Just to re-unlock
mirror
this,
hangs
and
on
let's
the
try it.
bathroom wall.
83%, that's good.
It belongs in the new, the third decade of the current century. Enough time had passed from the failure of the revolution that, for a fleeting moment, free market economy seemed like the ultimate, uncontested way of life for our species.
Okay.
Things were good. It was smooth sailing. People made gold and champagne-tinted interiors and facades to suit the times, calling this the new style. But more importantly, disco happened. For Revachol, your city, that meant only one thing. Guillaume le Million. If it doesn't rhyme, you're not pronouncing it right. Out of the dazzling swirl of disco music, in an open-air boîte de nuit, somewhere in Revachol West, Guillaume's blonde mane appeared on the screen. He sang some bullshit. Then he made the expression.
So I adopted it. Why?
Everyone loved it. Maybe you thought some of the stardust would rub off on you. Maybe it did. Either way, it's all gone now. Only the grimace remains.
I feel the need to add a clicking noise when I make it. Click, click.
The click is used to spur on a horse. It also features heavily in Guillaume le Million's regional mega hit, Don't Worry, Your Pretty Little Head. Sometimes you like to add finger pistols to the mix, because, unlike Guillaume le Million, you are a police officer. It's your nifty little way to say, I'm armed and dangerous.
How long ago was the new?
There is a vast ocean of time between right now and the expression, looking good on you, or anyone. 2 decades, if the calendar is to be trusted. Humanity has run aground in that time. It's a different world now. The expression is a relic.
Anything else? Like, who am I? Why did I become a cop? Why did I drink myself into oblivion?
You have some understanding of the near history of disco, plus the trivia you've picked up along the way. Episodic memory, however, remains in the dark. It may never return. You should prepare yourself for that.
Guess that's
It
it then.
doesn't have to be. You can swoon over Guillaume and his champagne-corked smile whenever you want to. Maybe some of the stardust will return.
What was that? These are some of the white checks that I didn't get done. Help ravers start a nightclub. Okay. Let's get some sleep.
The bed is still...
That's it.
It's not easy, but your bones are so tired from what feel like weeks
Bonk.
of work on the case. You have to try. After what feels like hours, you feel you might be sleeping.
Thoughts, baby. A million little lights in the dark. You're one fine instrument, brother. All those faces and all those names. All that laughter and screaming and scheming around. Every corner and every street. Recorded in you forever on ferrotape.
Spitting on empty.
On and on it goes for untold hours. At the disco where you first asked her to dance. Rising, rising above the dark curvature, the great wingspan of sleep, studded with stars. Behold, there are millions of them down there. The first time, the last time, the smoke in her mouth, the plotted flowers, the faces turning, changing.
What is it?
It's the world, Harry boy, and you're made of it. Every day you're out there, you make more of yourself from it. I'm afraid you can't be unmade now. You can never forget this shit.
The rain, the snow? I don't want to. It's beautiful.
Beautiful. It's stuck on loop, whirling, spitting out words and images. You're the son of the world again. Harrister, a ceaseless agent, picking up litter and old newspapers, collecting your little bubblegum wrappers and idiotic picture postcards. Meaningless, meaningless keepsakes. Reading your awful letters and recalling things, aren't you? The endless names of the world. An address book you are. The map of a city.
That's right. I am an agent of the world.
You'll go insane if you keep going like this. One more day, and you'll be in the loony bin. I just know you will. And for what, brother man?
For the money, baby.
Solving your little crossword puzzles. Doing your tasks. Crossing
Tasks?
names off lists.
Among Us?
Trying to become some sort of world detector. It won't make it okay. It won't put smoke back in her mouth.
I'm just looking out for my economic self-interest.
There he goes again. He's a real political animal, our Harry. He still doesn't see that it's the world changing around him. He's got no idea what he's in for.
Why?
'Cause only love can break your heart.
Feel the pillow under your cheek.
Beep, beep, beep. The alarm is ringing, Harry. The disco circus goes on and on. You barely slept 3 hours last night.
You can do it. It's nothing. Do it for the city. Go. Do it for the picture puzzle. Put it all together. Solve the world. One conversation at a time.
Day 4. 4 days in.
Hey, Moneymouth. Indrak, the impeccable hustler provider of the 7th generation. It's showtime with Savvy.
Warfare. Savvy. Oh, so now it's Savvy. What's up, buddy?
What's up? I'm worried about what's down, broke boy. I'm talking about your severe lack of money.
I know all about money.
No, you don't. You just keep muttering about your economic self-interest and not doing anything about it. Yeah, I heard you back there. What the hell was that?
Superstar talk. Don't try to keep up with me and my vast dreams.
Superstar talk? Good one, hustler. Gotta keep the dream alive. But it's not really showing up in your net worth yet, is it? And it's what? Day 2, 3, 4? It's day 4, if we're counting days since the event.
Yep.
Listen, if you really want to make it in the big leagues, you need to reconceptualize your entire portfolio. Collecting tear and moaning about taxes is not going to cut it.
So says
need
you.
to become a millionaire. Now, how do you become a millionaire?
I assume begging rich ladies on boats is not the correct answer.
It should be the other way around. Old mitered money showing up at your doorstep, begging for a slice of cake.
Really? That's it? That's all I have to say? Why aren't you guys helping me
Those
out?
guys, they're all financially illiterate. Only Savvy here knows how to dazzle and embezzle money out of investors' pockets with the acrobatic prowess of a 4-time gold medalist in the Samaran Gymnastics Summer Games. The ancient Samaran tribes used carved rhodochrosite to represent their wealth. The bigger the boulder, the more money they had. In case you needed to know, money is only one form of capital. Human relations are another. You're focusing on the wrong things.
All right, I give up. I have no idea how to make millions.
Of course you don't. You've never even been close to a sum with more than 3 zeros. Let's face it, you've been on a years-long losing streak. But Savvy's got your back. Savvy's going to book you a charter flight with 80 birds of prey on board to a land where the streets are paved with Krugerrands and fixed income securities. You'll try again, but this time with money. You'll win her back.
Win who?
Are you in?
Wait, win whom back?
The spirit of ultra-liberalism. Your charm, your spin, your winning hand.
I'm in. I've hustled. I've grinded. Show me the millions.
Attaboy. Welcome to the final grind. Here we operate with money on a much higher level than the ordinary citizen. We feed it back into the machine. Stop saving. Start spending. Become a patron. Let's start by getting you into the lucrative art market to diversify your assets and increase your ROI. Speaking of which, know any artists?
Me.
Interesting. Are we speaking of visual art or something more conceptual?
Good thing I've been preparing for this with my actual art
Don't
degree.
be silly. The art market isn't about art. It's about gatekeeping, speculative bidding, and showboating.
Wait, so are we looking for a painting?
Stop thinking of it that way. It's not a painting. It's a highly collectible and irreproducible asset. So, know any local artists with assets to sell? What is this? The turn of the century? The world's moved beyond paintings. You want something experimental. Intramuscular puppetry, hyperrealistic vapor porn, meditation opera. Don't listen to this fool. It's not about the artists. It's about the buyers. You can't hang vapor porn in the foyer of your chalet.
What about the Speed Freak Sonotic dance
Music
music?
is a pet project, not a viable business scheme. Let's return to it once you've set up your estate.
Kuno?
He's also 12. We don't want to
Okay.
attract the attention of tax collectors by dabbling in unnecessary child labor. He does have potential, defying authority, thinking outside the box.
I do not.
That child's a common delinquent, not an artist. He probably can't even hold a paintbrush.
True. Cindy.
You're right. She has the poise of a struggling artist. Very tangible. You can feel the poverty on her. Plus, she has paint.
She has oil, to
And
be fair.
support her like the state never could. Everyone must know that you're a big fucking shark around here.
Interesting. Let's see if Kim is here or not. Also, I'm going to see if Classier is back. Okay, she is back.
I was just thinking, what a nice day for questions pertaining to a murder investigation.
Now that Kim's in here, let's talk about Sunday night.
Ah, yes. The night before I saw you in the hallway and reminded you're a police officer.
The date of your re-entry into the fossil record.
Yes, before I emerged like a Paleolithic megafauna.
Wow. That's some creation myth stuff right there.
One of the first things I remember doing in Elysium.
Wow. Elysium. You don't hear that term often.
She's a glib girl, but she liked the wording.
Did you hear something Sunday night from my room?
There was the usual ruckus. Loud disco music.
Did I have any visitors?
I can't say. Probably not. Sounded like you were flying solo.
You mentioned loud disco music.
Oh, yes. Various artists. Ostentatious orchestrations prime among them.
Okay.
Oh, that? Yeah. Whoa. The less said about OO, the better.
Oh, were huge where I come from. I was very young then, of course, like 7. Life gets hard, but we go on.
Yeah, we go on.
I don't know about that. At around 2 o'clock, the disco stopped, and there was a change of pace.
What happened?
A slow, sad song started playing, like organ music on repeat. That went on for quite a while. Some of that time you were yelling along to it.
What was I singing?
That it doesn't matter anymore, and that we're alone now. It was difficult to tell. The song itself was very quiet and soft, but you sounded like a wounded boar, sir. It was hard to understand what you were singing on top of it.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. I was going out later anyway. It didn't bother me.
Then what happened?
Then you started screaming and trashed the place.
Are you sure I wasn't being assaulted?
No, it didn't sound like there was a fight. It sounded like someone was trashing their room.
Takes a sip of her coffee and smiles.
A window was smashed. The tape player, probably. The song stopped. And furniture, too. A real destructathon. There was screaming. Then I think you passed out.
Was there anything else?
There was. I think you screamed that you didn't want to be this type of animal anymore. I may have misheard, but it was sort of memorable. I went out afterwards. Everything was quiet by then. Around 4 or 5. And that was it. No problem, sir.
I found your buoy. It was empty, just seawater.
Oh,
Did you take the documents?
no, of course not. As I said, it would have been too risky for me to use those documents anyway. My employer gave them to me. In truth, I should have destroyed them.
She doesn't seem to be lying. She's genuinely spooked by their disappearance.
Perhaps the people who were after you took it?
They couldn't know where I put it. I'm absolutely sure I was not followed. And I've told no one but you. You mentioned seawater? I was worried I'd been too careless with the latch. The documents were probably just washed away.
I'm not buying that. That feels way too prepared, you know? Turn to this later. We'll come back with Kim. So let me look at this. Become a man of plenty. We finished everything that we unlocked on Tuesday. That's pretty cool. We still need to find the murder weapon. Determine where the shot came from. Check boardwalk for bullet traces. Check island. I guess I didn't do that. Hold on. You hear like a buzzing? Right there? I guess that buzzing isn't anything, but I definitely hear it.
Yes?
Like that buzzing is I don't know, it's just kind of weird. Who the hell is this guy?
Boy, am I
Oh,
ever
it's
so
Gary.
grateful to you, officer. But I'm not the only one who wants to thank you.
I'll talk to her then.
Oh, sweetie, I don't even know how to thank you for finding my husband and helping him out. I hope we haven't been too much trouble for you.
Just doing my job, ma'am.
Here, I want to give you a small token of my
A
gratitude.
tie?
It's a tie. Meskin origin. The pin is an antique. Quite special.
The little silvery knob holding the tie together feels warm in your hand. It's in the shape of an avian skull with 8 eyes.
That's
You
awesome.
could ask her about this when you get the time. It's probably a cryptid, but the phasmid, of course, is more important.
You never told me you'd seen a
Oh,
plasmid.
you don't want to hear about some old woman's ramblings.
Ramblings? Nonsense. Your description of the phasmid is the most precise I've ever heard.
But darling, I didn't even get the size of it right.
Measuring things is important. How did she get the size?
You were a child, my dear. Really. It's extraordinary what you were able to describe. Now go on. Tell our friend about it. He's proven his interest in the field.
Reflexively, the lieutenant Redis is familiar.
Well, it was summer. I was building a racing track out of sand on the beach near a tall stand of reeds. Quite a tall one. Many times my height, I remember. When, all of a sudden...
Wait, where was this and how old were you?
I'm getting ahead of myself. I was 5 and a half in Betancourt in the suburbs. My grandmother had a summer home there.
She'd just started forming memories. Real memories. Not the billowy haze of infanthood. Betancourt got bombed in the war. It used to be quite near, circa 20 kilometers from here.
What happened?
The strangest moment of my life. I looked up and one of the reeds moved. Not like a plant, but like a living thing. It stood up and looked at me. Its body unfolded like some antique toy. I've never seen anything like it. I didn't know this can happen, so I reached my arm and touched the thing. It felt just like a stalk of reed, but it moved, swaying, towering above me. After a while, 20 seconds, a minute maybe, it left, went into the reeds.
Did you follow it?
I tried, but I was only a child. There was mud and high water. I couldn't see it anymore. I was just standing there knee-deep in mud, looking around me.
Where did you go? Don't go.
Then what?
I ran back home to my grandmother and asked her if reeds could walk, and told her they were looking at me. Of course, she just laughed at me, but I knew what I'd seen. For years, it was a story I told at parties when I wanted to impress boys. That sort of thing. Of course, most people just took it as a strange, amusing anecdote. So did I, honestly. But then I met Morel.
We were on a date. Can you imagine? She tells me a story, and it's the most detailed report of the Insulindian phasmid I've ever heard. The sounds. She told me it hissed.
So that's how they met. This is beyond significant for them.
Good point.
It did, yes. Like reeds in a gust of wind.
The way it moved, the colour, how some of its limbs were white, like marble. It matched perfectly with what I know from other accounts. It was amazing. If it weren't for Lena, I might have given up hope years ago. It's no exaggeration to say that she restored my faith in my profession.
He looks at her with admiration for getting a wide smile on his face. You were on a date?
Our first, yes.
Said the husband tenderly.
The glance is tender, yes, but tempered by something else. A thought she can't express, even to him. Interesting.
Its limbs are white?
Not all of them. There is some white coloration reported, along with beige, where the camouflage ends.
How big was it?
It's hard to say how big things are when you're quite small yourself. To me, it seemed to be taller than I was then, but that's probably not the case.
What if it is the case?
Maybe you imagined it, Lena?
How could she? Who imagines this? She didn't know about the phasmid. This is the main thing here, what makes it a confirmed sighting. She had no previous knowledge of the insect.
So she couldn't have made it up, or imagined it.
That's true, yes. I'm almost certain neither my mother nor my grandmother knew of it. It was only when I started telling my story as a teenager that boys would tell me, Lena,
She lowers her voice, imitating a boy.
you trying to tell us you saw the Insul Indian phasmid out there in those reeds? Get out of here. They just give me a cider and ruffle my hair and tell me to stop dreaming. But I saw it.
Kim, what do you think of this?
I thought it was a wonderful story, ma'am.
But I don't believe it. A child left unattended on a warm day. Children make up stories and then end up believing them.
You're
Fair.
welcome, sweetie. I do appreciate the chance to relive it whenever I get one. It was just such an impossibly sunshiny day. So warm.
And she could get up and walk right into the reeds on her own. Into the mud. Anywhere. There's really no point in manipulating anyone. She'd be only too pleased to tell you about her work. Go on and ask.
Hey, Lena, I'd like to hear about some of the cryptids you've studied. Could you just tell me about a couple of them?
Oh, I'd be delighted. Truth be told, I could really use the company too.
One cryptid, not a couple. One. This won't turn into some kind of cryptid extravaganza.
Cryptid extravaganza, I like the sound of that.
And I don't. Just one.
Or he'll be disappointed in you. Ooh, tough choice there.
Oh, no. Yeah, let's see
No.
this.
It's the cryptid.
Okay, wow. The cryptid?
Oh, yes.
The small silver... I kept thinking she was going to say more. The small silvery skull shines between your fingers. Its beak sharp. Okay, what is this
The
bird?
eight-eyed teratorn, the largest flying avian ever discovered, with a wingspan of 11.5 meters. It was thought to have gone extinct 3,500 years ago. Some even doubted the fossils were real. A mutation, they said. Until...
Mutation? Huh. All of evolution is a mutation.
Until it was sighted by renowned Gottwaldian explorer and naturalist Uwe Plattenkalk in 21.
This renown seems a bit dubious. Your own catalogue comes up completely empty. But, of course, you are not all-knowing.
True. I need to hear about the sighting.
It happened on a botanical expedition into the vast and unexplored Oamrau Canyon in southeast Ilmara. Dr. Plattenkalk got separated from his group during a sandstorm.
Okay, and Uamrau is...
The world's largest canyon system, sweetie. It's a barren waste east of the Erg Desert. An ancient riverbed completely dried up.
What happened?
Alone in the blasted desert heat, the doctor wandered eastward, where man hasn't stepped foot in over 1,000 years, since the fall of Pericarnassus. He was lost, without any navigation equipment and desperately low on water. After a day or two, he noticed a bird high in the noon sky. A great black bird. It seemed gargantuan. Every now and then, the bird would dive down to feed on an animal carcass somewhere on the horizon. But by the time Uwe got there, the teratorn had taken off already, and the carcass was picked clean. This happened many times.
He was following it?
Yes, or rather, hunting. A bird that big has a lot of blood in it, and he was dying of thirst. For many days, Dr. Plattenkalk followed the teratorn until they reached a great canyon wall where the bird finally landed to rest. The professor climbed up there with a rock in his hand. He found the bird sleeping with his head tucked under its wing, a great black pile of feathers on the perch. So he approached, slowly squeezing the rock in his fist. Then the teratorn suddenly looked at him. He could see it had 8 eyes, 4 on either side of its skull, like a spider. And the man couldn't move. He was paralyzed, frozen into place with the rock in his hand. Whatever he did, he could not get closer to the bird.
Why?
The bird was controlling his mind. It kept him from approaching. He could step back, but every time he stepped forward, paralysis. Uva spent 3 days trying until the bird flew away.
Hold on. How did he survive the story?
The eight-eyed Tetatorn was indifferent to him, as long as he didn't get closer than 2 steps. It even let him feed on some carcasses up there, and the 2 unfertilized eggs it left behind.
An 8-eyed mind-controlling bird? No way.
Yes, way, sweetie. Cryptozoologists have been tracing it ever since. But Wamrau is vast, mysterious, and holds many secrets.
Modern radar telemetry shows great promise. We will confirm this one by the end of the decade, latest.
This one I liked. Not only does it have 8 eyes, and is a living fossil, and the largest bird ever to live, it also does mind control.
He's sincere. He likes the audacity of it.
So that was the last anyone saw of it?
Sadly, yes. But there are numerous reports of 8-eyed bird skulls from Il Mara. And then there's the striking resemblance to the Pericarnassian imperial eagle, an ancient heraldic symbol that is hard to pass off as coincidence. The imperial eagle, too, had 8 eyes.
They love their 8-eyed
But
birds.
really, it's just stylization. The way they drew eyes. It's not a zoological drawing.
Very, very hard.
This one is very famous. Everyone knows it. People will be looking at that tie on you and thinking, that man is into cryptids. So, what else do you want to know?
I'm not going to disappoint.
Of course, dear.
Okay. Let's talk to Morel.
I couldn't possibly shower thanks on you as enthusiastically as my wife has, but I am grateful for your assistance, officer.
He tries to play it cool, remain professorial, but inside, this man is itching for some news on those traps.
So, I checked all the traps.
Good. Okay. And?
And one of them was empty.
Completely empty?
Yes, there was nothing in the trap. No locusts, no
No
phasmid.
locusts? No phasmid either?
That's not ideal, but
It just means the Insulindian phasmid is even more clever than we thought.
She's engaging in a well-known self-deception called motivated reasoning. You should correct them.
Of course, more clever.
You're dealing with a subject near and dear to their hearts. It might behove you to tread lightly.
yes, the Phantasmadeia picked off the locusts and escaped. This is good news, though we'll have to reconsider the design of the traps, make them more secure.
Another trip to the reeds.
Are you sure you've exhausted all the alternative explanations?
Of course we have.
Wait, Morel. He may have a point. We have an obligation to rule out other hypotheses.
You're right, dear. It's a fair point. But what other explanation could there be?
Oh, no.
Pardon me. This is a big deal for us. You've helped us twice now, and brought some great news too. My gratitude, and the gratitude of the Société Cryptozoologique
Société?
de Ravachol is yours.
Heartfelt gratitude. But does it feel like closure? What really happened?
Thank you, it's an honor. We should probably return to our main investigation here. This has been refreshing, but...
Helping cryptozoologists isn't really a priority for our organization, is it? The lieutenant looks out the window, impatiently. Damn it, Lieutenant. Have you no intellectual curiosity?
I insulted him? Did you notice anything off about here?
No. No, of course not. Why?
Are you sure?
Well, he's been a little unenthusiastic about the trip. More so than usual. But that's understandable. He just wants to get home and warm up.
He doesn't want to say it, but this is unusual. Gary's been to the jungle with him, to places way more challenging than the coast. Why so eager to go home?
All right, interfacing. Do I have anything else? Well, that is pretty sick. interfacing. Anything else with interfacing? Interfacing. Interface. That, which I'm already wearing glove, that gives me +2. No. And am I already maxed out on interfacing? I'm not. I could throw one more in there. Give myself a better chance.
Hello. Lena and I were just discussing the design of the new trap.
Consider the way the empty trap was disturbed, as though
Barely.
shaken. Most likely the hands of a young person. Hands small enough to fit inside the trap, too.
Oh, no.
You should ask the red-headed boy, Kuno.
I think a little hooligan called Kuna may have stolen the
A
locust.
little hooligan. But what would a child want with bugs?
Oh, my dear Morel. You've been an old man for too long. Kids love to torment insects almost as much as they love to torment old folks.
I'll talk to the little gremlin and see if anything comes up.
Delinquents, my favorite.
Oh, you've been such a dear to us. Please, let us know whatever you turn up. I have a feeling we're getting so close.
Well, I see you've got all the help you need. I'll see you tonight at my place. Let's play suzerainty, but no more field trips for me.
This is a slippery one. He may respect the law, but mostly wants to pass under the radar. You won't get a chance to talk after you walk out of here. He hasn't been particularly forthcoming before. He may well still be hiding something. After he's left, it's too late.
Good point.
Really,
Let's
Gary?
beat his ass. Oh, Gary.
We're getting somewhere
you.
here. I'd love to play suzerainty, but
Lena, I'm sorry, but you're not getting anywhere. It was some kids. I know the little mutants around here. Leave anything out in the open and they'll steal it, even if it's bugs.
Looks at his teeth.
Morel, it's been fun, really, but I need a bath and I have deliveries to handle. When this tea is done, I gotta run.
No need to apologize, Gary. You've been more than helpful. We'll have to take a rain check on that game of suzerainty today, though.
The first man to break formation is always a blow to leadership. This is bigger than he lets on.
Hello, Gary.
Always a pleasure to see an officer of the law. I mean, officers.
Morel felt Gary's weird. Composure. Anything I have that affects composure. I'm getting a +1 from something already. Perception, conceptualization. So much of my time is spent looking through all these things. You'd think I would just remember at this point. We may be forced to use prep tide. I'm guessing I already have a point in composure. I do. Is this a white check or a red check?
I mean, officers.
This is a white check. Let's try it once.
No,
No!
he's scrawny. Try again.
No. Something's worn underneath it.
Yes, like a piece of ceramic armor, for example. One that makes a clicking sound when the plates meet each other, resembling pearls or marbles. Stolen from the corpse in the yard near where he lives.
I see you're a connoisseur of high-quality combat gear.
I knew you'd figure it out, officer. I'm sorry I didn't tell you at once. I was ashamed of what I did. And I didn't want you to know.
You see gleaming white ceramic shine underneath. A thin layer of interlocking plates cover his giant, gaunt
We're
torso.
not detecting falsehood, sire. He's gearing up to admit the truth.
Gearing up.
This shame is surprisingly sincere.
Gary, what's going on?
I took the hangman's cuirass. I didn't mean to.
God damn it, Gary.
You didn't mean to. That doesn't sound so sincere.
I know.
I know. Oh, SpongeBob. I took the cuirass.
Shame on you. Give the cuirass to the officer at once.
The woman looks at you, her eyes soft and pleading.
Gary didn't mean to interfere with your investigation officers. He's just thick-headed and poor as dirt. But he's always helped us, given
Poor
us
as
a place
dirt?
to stay. And he's followed Morel into God knows what jungles.
He's a loyal friend.
Why did you really put those clothes in the trash?
Everyone was picking those pieces off him, and I was watching them do it. And they scattered his clothes all over the yard. Everything was smelling.
It looks at his feet.
So I went there to take out the trash and started cleaning up.
Give the
All
super
those
armor to
rags
the
on
police.
the ground, him swinging up there, and I had a lapse of honor, sir. I thought, he's a foreigner. They all say he wasn't from here.
Oh, so if they're a minority, it's okay to steal from their dead body.
Only the cuirass was left, so I stripped it off him. It was early in the morning. No one saw me.
in the
I took it with me. It was a mistake. Had I known it'd give you guys trouble, I wouldn't have... Fuck.
We're detecting sincere contrition here, sire. He's not trying to flatter anyone.
It's okay. It was a loose end, and you are tying it up now.
I'm so fucking sorry I
I'm
called you
so
Yellow Man.
fucking sorry.
Seal-Light officers
I can't
commanded
believe
the
I'm this
suzerain's navy.
racist.
Most of them sided with the king when...
They were thoroughly conservative men, he realizes suddenly. It's difficult to say what the lieutenant thinks of this historic apology. His face does not belie emotions.
Why'd you lie to me, Gary?
Because I was weak. I should have told you the moment I saw you. But
You should have.
He's a scaredy cat.
Do you know who killed the hangman?
I always thought it was the Union. Some Union hardasses lynched him because of the strike. But almost everyone in town knows that. I wish I could tell you more.
This is all he knows.
Give me that
he
armor.
sighs again, hangs his head, and unbuttons his shirt fully. A cuirass that
Let's
matches
go!
the dead man's boots comes into view. Soon it is in your hands, smelling of his sweat, but so light to hold, like a bag of cotton.
Are we done here, Gary?
Yes, absolutely. I will never do anything like this again.
He looks around, relieved of some burden, his mouth still quivering. You gonna cry? You gonna piss and cum? 1 pain threshold, 1 volition, -1 empathy. Nice. Now that's nice. Oh, yes. Oh. 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 Hold on. No, we gotta show it off. We gotta go with the open one. Where'd that go? Right there. Yeah. Okay, we'll stick with that. Early in the morning. If I come to your home, I respect your way of life. But I hope the traps will hold. Everyone's just chatting about whatever. Quick save. All right. Well, that lines that up. We can talk to Kuno. And I guess explore more there. We still need to find the murder weapon and determine where the shot came from was a big one. This, I guess I just missed. I thought I was at the boardwalk, but I didn't see anything to interact with that would help with that sort of thing. So, I don't know. Anybody else here I can talk to or need to talk to? I don't think so. Become a man of... All right, let's get schmovin'. I guess we'll talk to about the traps.
Kuno saw you wield that can. Sweet graffito action, pig. Kuno likes that delinquent shit.
Thank you, Kuno. I really appreciate it.
You're still a dink. Now what's your case with Kuno?
You wouldn't happen to know anything about any missing locusts.
No, Kuno doesn't give a fuck about bugs.
So he knows locusts are bugs.
Oh my god, I told you that shit is lame!
Shut up, see.
Now they're gonna take you to lame prison!
She sounds like she's about to cry, out of disappointment at Kuno's newfound lameness.
He is really lame. What's this about?
Deny everything, Kuno. You need to lawyer up.
Kuno's not gonna say anything without his lawyer present.
Lame. That rings some bells. Could this be connected to Night City? AKA the City of Rage. Yeah, that's pretty lame. Sounds like art.
Kuno, is this about Rage City?
God, Kuno, no! It's gonna happen now. They're They're gonna make you lame.
Stop it, see. No one's gonna make anyone lame. Kuno's got this under control. Kuno doesn't...
Do you know something?
Kuno, the pig's getting pretty close to me. Come to snuff my shit out, I think. Looks like it's time for me to go, Kuno. Pig's come to take me in.
I just want to ask you some
I'm
questions.
going away for a long, long time, Kuno. Going away for life.
I
What's
wish.
going on there? Fuck are you trying to pull, pig?
You there
You
behind the
don't
fence.
want to fuck with me. I got my hands bloody. I'm not here, pig. You're not seeing this.
You can still see the top of her hat from behind the fence.
Do I need to fucking go to the other side of the fence? I'll make the long walk. Mother of all walls. Hey, little girl.
Are you trying to sneak up on me? Come to slit my throat in my sleep?
Yep.
Logic error. She is not sleeping right now.
Pig's come to take me out. Trying to snuff me out.
Are you sleeping right now?
Don't get fucking clever with me, pig. You think you're so clever.
I can't talk with her at all?
Trying to sneak up on me.
Oh my god. What's this about? Here's a set of running water. Someone's washing the dishes. Can I, like,
The
knock on the
door
door?
has braved the elements for decades. The copper nails hold it. No answer. Not a sound. The silence, even the darkness, is holding its breath inside the apartment.
That already defeats the point, doesn't it? Let's get out of here.
As you turn to leave, you hear footsteps on the other side. Yes, someone's definitely home.
We should leave and go talk with Evrard. Tell him what happened, that we couldn't open the door.
What? I just wanted to know who was in there. Well, that didn't help me. Do I go talk to this girl, I guess, for whatever this questline thing is?
On that balcony, do you see it? Straight into a bull ring with no prep talk, a streak of...
That was weird. I thought I was about to break the game.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
I'm looking to acquire some original art. Do you have any?
What's that? The piggy's looking to get into the art market? Watch out, or you'll be auctioned off and face the chop.
Does a line across her throat with a thumb.
The lieutenant straightens his back, waiting to see where this is going. Are we witnessing a performance, perhaps? Play along. No one speaks to a police officer in that tone. Show the little missy here her place. She stares at you, fearlessly, waiting for a response.
Pretend you're a pig stuck in a cage. Help, let me out. I don't want to die.
No! Calm it with that shit, cop. I don't have any art you can buy. Jeez.
Damn.
The whole point of graffitio being on the street is so everyone can see it. No charge. Expression for all.
That's
There
nice.
has to be a way to convince her. Everyone has a price. Forget this public art. She must have something private and esoteric. Something that tormented her until she brought it into existence.
I'm after something a little more challenging. I have an actual arts degree, after
I
all.
thought you were a pig.
Both police work and art criticism require analytical talent and informed judgment calls.
Ooh, little piggy knows the big words. What a waste of a perfectly good saucy son. Stuffing it full of art speak. Sorry. Even with your fancy degree, you've got nothing to offer me.
Perfect. She isn't interested. All the more reason to move on from this little side task.
Your partner here gets it. Anything else I can not do for you, gentlemen?
Sure, she's all draped up in ironic detachment, but Everyone's gotta eat.
I do have something to offer in exchange for your art.
Great.
Money.
The little foray into the art world continues.
His words are hiding a tinge of excitement. He's not so detached from your pursuits, after all.
Yeah, we're having fun
Blah,
here.
blah. I'm not for sale, Piggo.
Turn it around. It's the seller who wields the power in this relationship.
Really? You're just gonna let go of a chance to milk some stupid piggo rolling in cash?
Uh-oh, you're manipulating me. I do like a chance to rip off some stupid piggos. And I need a pack of cigarettes. And some paint.
That's what I thought.
Okay, whatever, Piggy. Time to leech off each other like the parasites we are. Let me see what I've got.
Even the lieutenant leans closer to inspect the work.
Here. Happy?
Plastic looks sad and damaged, as if it's been ripped out of some bigger piece. A glitzy barnacle of colors covers its surface.
Interesting. You can immediately see multiple ways to interpret this piece. What is the experience that the artist is trying to create? What bodies and spaces are they seeking to explore?
Show it to me.
She juts out her hand, letting you examine the piece. 3 red splotches have been shot at a diagonal across the surface. Tinier spots of various colors fan out from the same point of origin.
Well, Piggo, what do you make of it?
She sounds almost mocking, waiting for your reaction.
There's tension in these strokes of genius. A desire to step into a dialogue with the viewer, to provoke them. A meditation on Sein und Nicht-Sein.
You're exploring the liminal space between being and unbeing, a cunning juxtaposition.
Yeah, whatever, art cop. Spaces, bodies, shit. Hit me with that lingo.
Describe this as one of your signature pieces.
Signature? Oh yeah, Pigster. I sneezed while holding a wet brush. Paint flecked onto the canvas, and voila! You don't get more signature than that.
An exquisite commentary on the precious serendipity of the creative process.
If you say so. I like to think that my trigeminal nerve painted it.
How much do you want for it?
67,000 real. And your head on a silver tray.
Remember, this isn't about the art or the artist. This needless purchase implies your excessive wealth. Art comes across as more tasteful than simply hanging cash on the wall.
How about 10 real?
That it? All right. It all helps.
Thank you.
Splendid. Your first
I am an
physical
art
asset.
collector.
But no time to stop. Money grows old unless it keeps moving. You need to find a buyer, preferably someone who will pay a high price for such an exclusive piece from a local artist.
What about Joyce? She's wealthy.
Nah. She'd probably send the entire Wild Pines legal team after you if she knew you were trading goods around their harbor. She's ready and poised for a hostile takeover.
What about Gart?
And become a small-time art peddler? No. Think bigger.
I don't want to talk to Everard.
Doing business with communist dictatorships only works if you've got long-term plans in place, which you don't.
This place isn't exactly bursting with rich people.
There must be someone around here with heavy pockets and an interest in the local art. Tell you what, have a wander around, and I'll let you know if I hear any wealth.
What's a good place to start looking?
I got some vibes from that container you moved with the crane in the harbor. Let's see what's inside. There isn't a door yet that Savvy's VIP status couldn't open.
Look at us. Coming to an agreement. Who'd have thought?
A breeze blows a strand of her hair across her forehead as she leans into the balustrade.
Anything else you want?
Catch you later. Art cop! Buying art then selling art. Art cop! Collecting all the crazy art. Art cop! Arresting you with dazzling colors. Art cop! The mind is an enigma. Okay, well, I don't even know if I can you know.
Snow covers the white on blue police livery of the motor carriage. The white colors nearly meld together.
Why am I even thinking about this? Wasn't I supposed
Do
to...
something important? Something murder-related? There's always something important. Doesn't mean you can't take a moment to admire this piece of machinery.
True.
This is a Caprice Kanema, the Caprice Motor Corps follow-up to their highly successful workhorse, Caprice 40, and the answer to the Lum's racing breed, Ferv series. With its air-cooled, rear-mounted 12-cylinder compression ignition engine, driving the rear wheels through a 4-speed manual gearbox, the Kanema is able to reach 100 kilometers per hour in 13.5 seconds and go on to a top speed of 180 kilometers an hour.
Won't roll over in the first sharp corner?
The high center of balance is offset by a large battery bank mounted at the bottom of the cabin, feeding all the auxiliary systems and making the Kanema effectively a mobile power plant.
This tech talk is really rubbing me the right way here.
Due to a quite steep price tag, it is very unusual to see one in police livery.
That machine really puts the loco back in locomotion. Very cool.
Mm-hmm. You want to take a closer look?
What's it pack in there?
130.
I reckon that's a 7-liter V12 there. Man, that's got to be a major advancement over the KR18 GU engine on the old Caprice 40.
What's that, 7-liter V12?
7.2. Supercharged.
Lieutenant's trying to suppress a smug smile on success.
Saying these words brings him immense joy.
Anything for you, Kim. A fine machine.
Yes. An extraordinary machine.
Helium headlights would improve the range and quality of the visual field a lot. It's a bit girly right now. Fitted with some proper off-road components.
With a winch and mud tires, you could take it off the beaten path, Kim.
We are not going to, though, because this is clearly a sports motor carriage. Yes.
Helium headlight. It's a bit
Ever
girly
thought about switching
right
to helium headlights?
Actually, I have a pair at home. Just haven't gotten around to fitting them yet. I need to lay some wiring for the ballast first.
If we ever get this case solved, maybe we can do it together.
Maybe. Yes, definitely, maybe.
and means no.
No, but I want to hang out with you, Kim. We're friends. We're best buddies. Let's drop off any tear that I have. I don't even know the last time I did this.
The tear machine. Your bottles clunk.
220. Let's see if I can interact with this thing at all. Or I genuinely don't know if I can.
There, in that container you moved, there's something rich in there. We've got to get inside.
What do you suggest?
Opening the door. You're back before the cargo container.
Oh shit.
Its drawer
And Savvy's
has not
here?
lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown slightly.
Rhetoric. Any rhetoric? Rhetoric. Come on, show me the rhetoric. Rhetoric. Come on, rhetoric. Oh, have anything with rhetoric? Oh, there's one. +1. Bravo. I mean, +1 rhetoric.
You're back before the cargo
83%.
Its drawer has not lessened since you were last here. Step aside,
Yes.
rank and file. Savvy's at the top of the VIP list here. That's right. Out of the way. Whoa. Watch it. How did he get in front? Little slime ball. Thank you. Now, are you ready? It's time to make our entrance.
Hey, it's Savvy here. Savvy with 2 V's. I'm on the list, the guest list.
At first, your knock rings hollow on the door. And then, just like that, you hear a click, then a rattle. Some mechanism unlocks itself inside the door.
Ahoy! Come on in!
The mega rich light bending guy.
You can't be serious.
What the fuck?
The man stands at the far end of the shipping container. It's hard to say anything more about him. You cannot make out any of his
What is
details,
happening?
but you do feel the overwhelming presence of capital. The feeling causes all the hairs on your body to stand at attention, like soldiers preparing for review.
Squint.
Something's amiss. The light beams bend around his face and scatter in 1,000 directions.
It might be Satan.
It seems the laws of physics do not apply here. They are suspended, distorted, and echo. Trying to visualize the physics at play is liable to give you an aneurysm. Don't think about it too hard.
Better be careful.
The general stillness, only your tongue moves, flickering as you utter.
What's going on in here?
Welcome, Savvy. Welcome. Not too much, actually. Just pleasantly surprised to have company today.
You can't hear him exactly, yet you're able to understand every word he says. It is very strange. An overwhelming hum covers everything. Voice doesn't escape from him.
Now, what can I do for you, gentlemen?
Who are you?
Who am I? Oh, I haven't been asked that question for such a long time. I don't meet a lot of people outside my circle these days. Anyhow, my name is Rustam Teodore, investor, license holder, an extremely high net worth individual. And your name is Savvy, right?
We've hit the big time.
Yeah.
This is the man who's going to make you rich.
Yes.
Always rely on your friendly neighborhood swindler.
Thank you.
Mr. Theodore, I think there's been some confusion. His name is, in fact, not Savvy. Let's start over. I am Lieutenant Kim Kisuragi of the RCM, and this is my partner,
Harrier Dubois.
Pleasure to meet you, Harrier Dubois. I must admit, the name suits you very well.
How did you become so rich?
Oh Lord, not this again.
Ignore.
We have a murder to solve, and yet you go around bothering everyone about money, arguing that you think it's somehow related to the case. And yet, it never seems to get us any closer to solving the
I
case.
need to sleep.
It's quite alright. I'm used to the question by now. To be blunt, I inherited my fortune from my grandmother, who herself was an extremely high net worth individual back in Grad. All I did was take her fortune and invest it prudently. Believe it or not, it takes more than a bit of skill not to blow a vast fortune on sailing boats, bad choices, and unsupervised state policy.
Actually, at the level this guy is, it takes several generations to do that. But, alright.
What's it like being an extremely high net worth individual?
I gotta tell you, at first, being rich is a lot of work. You've got to work hard because everything's so darn expensive. You know, prices increase exponentially at this income level. But then, once you've reached my position, it's nearly impossible for me not to make money. My assets are so diversified that I'm bound to come out ahead no matter what. Some of my lower net worth friends say to me, but doesn't that take all the fun out of it? And I tell them, not really.
It's great that you've done so well for yourself, but don't you think you owe some of the wealth to the rest of society?
Sure. And they benefit when I buy things to stimulate the economy. Do you know how many jobs it takes to build and maintain a racing yacht?
Thousands?
Dozens. At least. Dozens. Of course, in the future, it will all be automated. But my point is this. Every man gets what he earns. It's the height of tyranny to take that from him.
Man, being a high net worth individual sounds great.
This truly, it's almost entirely carefree. It really leaves you time to better yourself spiritually.
Hey, all this talk about money has made you lose the thread. What is going on with the light in this place? That's what you need to ask him about.
That's a good point. There's something strange about you.
What do you mean?
Well, I don't know how to put it. You look somehow a little different.
Are you talking about my chin?
No, I mean, I can't even see you. It's as if something is happening to the light.
Oh, that's what you mean. Yes, I've heard of this effect, though I've never witnessed it myself, of course. It has something to do with our Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient.
The Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient is a ratio designed to reflect the difference in net worth between individuals. When
Oh
the
God, it's
coefficient
Reagan.
is close to 1, or 100%, it means one person possesses all the net worth. Among that group of individuals, it's been observed that when the Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient reaches about 0.96 or so, the laws of physics begin to bend around the high net worth individual.
Are you telling me you're so rich the light literally bends around your face?
Among other things. But calm down. I'm but a lowly single-digit billionaire.
Really?
No, not really. There are actually quite many digits.
I didn't think so.
A man this chill is at least a triple-digit billionaire.
Kim, are you seeing this weird stuff?
I see nothing of the sort. To be frank, all I see is a gentleman who's unusually well dressed for Martinez, in a cargo container, which I admit is odd.
Does Kim make more money than me?
I imagine that does look strange to you. My container.
What are you doing in this container?
Traveling. This is a great way to get around. It's fun, it's safe, and it gives me lots of time to think. By the way, let me now ask you a question. Where are we exactly?
In the very, very early days of colonizing this archipelago, the kingdom of Sirens, a precursor of a modern Sur-le-Clay, used to own the city of Revachol, an obscure detail in the bigger picture, but still worth dropping.
We're in Revachol, formerly a colony of the Kingdom of Suris.
Hello, history buff. I myself am currently reading up on
Dap me up, brother.
Franco-Nigerian
He high fives me and I disintegrate.
It's a shame I can't get out and explore myself. One of the downsides of being an extremely high net worth individual is that mobs of low net worth individuals are constantly banding together to ask for money.
So you travel from place to place in a shipping container.
Smart, you know? It also provides.
It also
means
saves
to
me
hide
money.
from all the targeted advertising we extremely high net worth individuals are constantly subjected to. Luxury yachts, high fidelity portable radio systems.
Deus Ex did this? What?
And so on. It just gets a bit middle class after a while. A bit bourgeois.
So you're saying being rich isn't worth the hassle?
No, I did not say that at all. Being rich is great. Just don't tell anyone I told you that.
Bending Light appears to wink. You're a rich investor, right? Can I have some money? Have you considered breaking into the local art market?
There it is. I knew it as soon as you did the Milton 32 note. A fellow entrepreneur.
It's true.
The art market, you say? Sure. Hit me with it, as they say. I'm keen to hear what you have in mind.
I've recently discovered a local painter with enormous potential.
A painter? I'm always looking to expand into new asset classes.
Honestly, she already has a
Who's
cool
the
name.
artist?
Cindy the Skull.
Ah, and the name of the piece?
Arduous Slaughter of the 8th Minute. Morve
There's
Sotoil.
no sign of a reaction for a good 3 seconds. Then,
Wonderful things, aren't they? Names. They can completely change your reading of a person, or in this case, a painting.
Yeah.
Before I invest, I need to know more about the work. How do I know this asset is going to appreciate with time?
this is the only question that matters. Fail to come up with an interesting hook, and he's out. The comfortably wealthy want their views challenged when making a purchase. Don't hold back.
Value is something you should discover for yourself. What do you
I
see?
I'll be honest. All I see are splutters that lack any true intention.
Why are you letting this opportunity slip away?
No!
Give him a story, an experience. Make him want to run away with this painting and marry it in secret.
Please, if there's something I'm missing, I'd love to know what it is.
Staring at it long enough lets you immerse yourself in Carperi.
If you immerse yourself in a modern school of thought, are you sure?
Complete nonsense. Both Carperi and what you just said can't bathe in thoughts.
Carperi is dangerous. It spreads like a virus, infecting entire universities.
Dangerous. I like things that are dangerous. You could even say I'm one of these adrenaline junkies.
Oh, are we getting somewhere? A light of emanating from Simsu.
Great work. That might have done it.
Well, I think that settles it.
Yes.
You found the buyer, my friend. A pleasure transacting with you.
The light around him warms you like a friendly embrace.
However, there are a few complications. I don't have the cash on me right now to pay for art of this caliber. What I can instead offer are shares in Mauer Koshline Mercury Group.
Shares. That's even better. You can do a lot with them if you play your cards right.
What are these shares worth?
I bought these shares many years ago for a steal. As predicted, Mauer Koshline Mercury's operating profit has increased year on year, and there is no signs of it slowing down. People always need Mercury, which means you could make
Welcome back.
considerable profit if you need some immediate liquidity.
The Musca
But
method,
if you don't mind waiting, I expect the value of these shares to double within the next 5 years.
Seems like a clever investment. Definitely worth thinking about if you care about your future.
We have a deal.
Splendid.
You hear the sound of expensive fabrics brushing against each other. When it stops, a roll of paper emerges from the radiance.
It looks almost ethereal. Is it even real?
What's that?
This is a stock certificate. Well, a photocopy of one. Nevertheless, it's solid proof that you own shares in Mauer Koshline Mercury Group.
Thanks.
The light around the individual in front of you changes somehow as you take the scroll. You can't figure out what's different. You just know that it is. This transaction has changed the physical relationship between you. You are now more alike somehow. The Weiss Wiesmann coefficient for you and this individual has now dropped to 0.9989. Repeating.
Let's go.
That concludes our part of the transaction. Once you've turned over the asset, my people will...
Yeah, we're on that grind.
all
We're making that cashola.
Another deal complete. Welcome to the big leagues. If you haven't already, I'd advise you to consider hiring a personal brand.
Yeah, that grind set. Let's go. Grind set mindset, my brother. Could you hook me up with one?
Unfortunately not. I only know the ones who work with multi-millionaires and beyond. But take a look around, and I'm sure you'll find one. Personal brand strategies are attracted to money like sharks to blood. You'll find having a network opens many new doors for you.
Savvy can't do that for me?
Personal brand strategist, huh? Not the kind of person you're likely to find around here.
Just because we're communists doesn't mean we can't make a little money on the side.
Seems like they might understand marketing, reputation management. Someone who dreams big.
Art seems
He's
to have
nothing
together.
more than a middle manager living a middle-class life. Your aspirations are much more ambitious than that.
No one comes
We'll
to mind.
stumble upon someone with the right amount of can-do attitude. I'll let you know when we do. Just keep your eyes open. Oh,
okay.
And we should see what this net worth can do. Might score a discount, or better yet, get you some free goods. That's the kind of thing that really makes you feel like a hotshot. Ask the local merchants about it if you get the chance.
Invent new media.
What's next on the agenda?
We should get back to our investigation. Thanks for your time.
Why go so soon? I feel we've so much more to talk about. Ah, well, until next time. Welcome back, gentle.
Nah, I don't think he's got anything else to talk about. Well, there we go. We did it. We are now that much richer. How much money is that? We have a network of 232,000 real. That's incredible, truly. Okay, I don't know what to do now. So we need to find someone who can help. Find out the real reason why the trap was empty. Local kids might know. Well, I tried to talk to Kuno about it, but are there other kids? I actually straight up don't know if there are other kids around. Oh, the little kids in the little side village. Guess we can chat with them. Right to work. And now I don't know what to do. Yeah, that's true. Next level. Fuck the world. Hello. What's up, my dudes?
One brutal motor carriage.
Says the young man with that written on his back.
If I were a real skull now, I'd jack it, paint it in palm tree livery, then bottom light it, neon style.
Painted wears a simple yet elegant slogan, fuck the world.
A snazzy shit-ripped skullmobile like this would make a fine trophy. We could, like, hang fucking shrunken heads from the side mirrors.
Ooh,
Top
these
heads.
guys, uh-oh.
Scary tribal shit.
Yeah, tribal shit. A cop carriage like this would have proper skull value.
While I appreciate the interest you take in my brutal motor carriage, I have to stop you right there. The RCM takes threats directed at its property seriously.
It's just theoretical work, Copper. No basis in reality. Man, if we were certified skulls right now...
Skulls. Now there's a strong organizational title.
That is strong.
Was it a good idea on the lieutenant's part to get into this? Don't even answer that. Just leave. You can always come back later, on your own terms.
Who are you?
I can tell you who we're not, cop. We're not snitches or skulls.
Which is not to say that the skulls are bitches and... On the contrary.
The part of this presentation you want to take home with you, cop man, is we're not part of the skulls yet.
Okay then, let's indulge in some intellectual exchange. These young men seem eager to share their beliefs.
They seem very excited
These
about that.
skull people are more than an authority. They're deities.
Deities? Who are the skulls?
You don't know? What kind of cop are you?
It's not a question. Don't get into it.
Of course I do. I'm just testing you boys.
The skulls are the most vicious gang of the Besmertne.
Boys rings with excitement.
Besmatine, or the Besmati, the Immortals, are West Rivisholian crime syndicates.
Okay, fun.
The nastiest bunch of psychos ever. Jacking carriages and getting into high-speed chases.
That sounds awesome.
Possessing an infinite amount of fuck-all swagger, infamous for their non-verbal modus operandi.
If a skull spots you, he will pull out his dagger and stab you without saying a word.
Okay,
the
yeah.
lieutenant's voice is as calm as usual, a testament to the violence and death he's witnessed through the sight of his firearm.
They usually occupy the burnt-out quarter in Jamrock, or you can find them loitering around their brightly painted bottom-lighted vehicles.
I can't wait to become a skull. Bottom lights are wretched aggressive.
Do you know anything about the murder that took place here?
Murder?
A man was hanged in the backyard of the Whirling in Rags?
Yeah, sure. We'll gladly tell you everything we know about it. It was a man.
Also, he was hanged.
Anything else?
He was hanged from a tree.
Yeah, I mean, duh.
These punks don't know anything. Let's just move along.
Hey, stop right there. How does one know anything?
Ah, this sounds like epistemology, a field so occupied by thought that it begins to question thought itself.
I know that you don't know shit.
Exactly. How can one know shit? For example, How can one be sure that there truly is a body hanging behind a hostel?
What if it's art? Or just a mere specter?
Maybe it's true. The hanged man is merely a prop in a performance. We are the audience, and the artist is hiding somewhere in the dark.
That would be the case. Yes, a brilliant work of art.
The blonde rebel scratches his chin, deliberately not focusing his gaze on anything. He looks very uncomfortable.
You guys know Cindy the Skull?
Oh yeah, Cindy's a right proper skull.
The young man's eyes glaze over, his voice filled with longing.
Yeah, a true artist of the future. Just like Arno van Eyck.
These guys are just speaking because it's free and they have free will to do it. They're just like me.
By the way,
for real.
If you see Cindy, give her our regards.
He adds, returning from whatever void he was just visiting.
For all their nihilistic posturing, these young men are not lacking in youthful idealism. The lieutenant on your left is unusually lenient toward them.
I see you kids are into anodic dance music.
Oh man, yeah. We're not fucking kids, man.
Be wary of the abyss.
Blonde friend adds ominously and points to his temple. Why?
Probably because of how non-verbal their mode of operation is going to be. It's a threat.
Don't fuck with me, boys. I'm one of the bad cops. A threat? Good. I like
But
those.
I don't. In fact, I dislike them so much I'm willing to drag you boys back to the station just to calm myself down.
Hey, there's no need for that. We're just talking here. Joking, too.
I'm just asking
Stay
questions.
light, man.
Yeah. Didn't you cops, have some questions about skulls or some shit?
Why aren't there more schools in Martinez?
The Union does their share of policing in Martinez, at least where gangs are concerned. That's why there isn't much organized crime around here.
Apart from the unions themselves, of course.
True.
Don't you worry about that. We're gonna make up for the deficit.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, we are. These guys give me real Beavis and Butthead vibes. Your rhetoric is confusing, and you are you a part of the schools or not?
We're not franchise skulls. Well, not yet. Once we get our name out there, we'll have a chance to join them.
What makes you think that the organization would accept you?
Because we can be just as psycho and vicious. You'll see.
But in a non-threatening and definitely legal way.
The other one quickly adds and whispers something to his
Right
friend.
on, fuck. So what's happening now?
Right on, fuck. like that's my name?
Mm-hmm.
What's with the jackets?
What about them?
Why does your jacket have that written on it?
Well, first off, it's a statement and not necessarily something that characterizes me as a person, even though the statement has character. And I do like piss. The word piss epitomizes the struggle taking place in the world. Things being defined as they seem, not as they are. And, I guess, it's also about communal spirit, the future, and truly appreciating our differences.
These guys love to make shit up, just on the fly.
Also, you've got to admit, it catches the eye. And since the Grand Piper is slowly but steadily moving towards basing the economy on it, attention, it is imperative that the medium itself convey the message.
Makes sense.
What I mean by this is, we are all piss and that the world is inherently meaningless.
How very nihilistic of you.
It seems that the young man has a certain expertise in at least
Hold
one
up.
field.
Wait a minute.
Even if it's rather narrow.
And why do you have "fuck the world" written on your jacket?
Like I said before, many men keep searching for the one, for so-called true love, which is actually just obsession masquerading.
This guy
as
looks like
kinship.
me?
The thrill of the chase, the hollowness that fills your chest cavity.
But
after
I am not French, you see.
I'm wondering if the poetics come with the jacket, or are they derived from something else entirely?
That's very accusatory.
To catch a fish, you'll need to hurl the lure many times, and even then it isn't certain that you'll get anything. If you blow up the lake, though...
Blow it up?
You get more fish in a shorter time. And...
Maybe I did it!
For time is of the essence and fleeting ever so quickly. One must think of a way to fuck the whole world and not get caught up in fucking someone.
Ah.
Because when one fucks everything, he fucks nothing.
Yeah, okay.
And that, to me, feels glorious. sticking your dick into the void.
I like this guy more. I like fuck the world guy
Hate to
more.
admit it, but in a weird way.
That's
he's
what
got a
I'm saying.
point.
That's what I'm saying. I like that. You were there, and you had a very rude jacket. It checks all the marks of my suspect list.
Is it a coincidence that here we have 2 badass jackets and 2 badass cops?
Hey, Kim.
Yes?
What do you think about their jackets?
Leather jackets adorned with immature writing? The ideology they convey helps the boys justify poor choices in life and fashion. I'm not a fan.
Why are you always so patronizing when cool possibilities cross our path?
What are you implying?
Which one would you wear?
I'm not sure I understand you, detective.
Are you more of a piss or a fuck the world kind of guy?
Neither.
Come on, Kim. It's just a mental exercise.
Fine. If only to end this discussion. Theoretically, if I were a juvenile delinquent, if I were to already be down that path, I think peace is the stronger of the two statements.
That works. I feel more like a fuck the world kind of guy.
Seems about right, especially considering your heroic exit attempts.
That's an origin story for a dynamic duo right there.
Hell yeah.
So are we done here? Or you don't need us around for your secret whisper party, do you?
Hold on. We gotta get half-light going. Half-light. Electrochemistry, half-light. Boom. Half-light. Boom. Half-light. Nothing's hurting our half-light, right? Okay. This is a red check, so I'm also gonna go ahead and throw a point in here. Boom. All right.
That ride is...
Hey, piss.
All right.
Look who it is. Shrunken cophead material.
And go.
These guys aren't scary. You're not scary. I have nothing to work with here. It's either begging or bullying, or both.
Gentlemen,
just ask them, maybe.
I need your jackets.
Why?
Look at the shit I'm wearing. I need it for official police business.
And what kind of business is that exactly?
Police business.
The lieutenant notices your agitation and opens his mouth to speak, then decides against it and merely shakes his head.
Okay, we get it. You look like total shit. We look flashy as hell. What about it?
I want the jacket.
I didn't say that.
It's not shit, it's disco.
It's shit.
Please.
Fine.
Yeah!
Fuck it. Here. Take it then. I can't handle this sad shit.
It's true. He simply can't. It's called empathy.
I mean, I wanted the fuck the world
Wow.
jacket, but...
I did not see that coming. You better wear that jacket with pride.
I will.
Fuck that. You're not getting mine. My dad's a lawyer in La Delta. He'll have your badge.
No, he won't.
The lieutenant is lightly amused by the situation.
Wait, world fucker, you got a rich dad?
No. He's like a volunteer lawyer. A total bitch. Cites law and does dishes. You know what, cop? Fuck you. That's not what this is about. You're not getting my jacket.
Fuck him. We don't need his rich dad jacket anyway.
I want that jacket. Fuck it, we don't need the other one. You said that you're more of a... So I got the jacket for
I'm
you.
not wearing that jacket.
Why not? You could really raise hell. Go undercover hard.
I don't think this case requires us to go undercover.
What if it does?
Or raise hell. In fact, I don't think the jacket will be useful at all.
Still, it's good to know where we have it should the need arise.
The need will not arise.
Look at this cute shit. How can we become skulls if you go around fraternizing with cops? Let's get the fuck out of here before anyone sees us.
Fuck. I'm sorry, man. I just don't like confrontations, that's all.
Damn. Well, at least I got a cool jacket. Hell yeah. Looking good, looking good. Probably don't want the polo. Let's put on the Oh, that doesn't look quite right. That looks like something broke. Actually, I'll put my armor on. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, give me the glasses, too. Yeah. I think if I had successfully, yeah. I think if I had succeeded the skill check, I might have been able to. Yo, Harry's got some cheekage going on. God damn. Cool.
You finally made it, haven't you? People point fingers at you and whisper to each other when you pass by. Where did that man get such a cool jacket? Did he receive it upon graduating the École Normale Supérieure de Badasserie? Is he dangerous?
Damn right I'm dangerous.
You are very dangerous.
The piss drip.
Dangerous and cool. In fact, no one dares to say a single thing about the jacket. But believe me, they are all very impressed.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Oh, man. Well, that's pretty cool. I'm gonna wear this jacket with pride. Alright, we gotta go talk to some more shitlings. This was the one that didn't have anything in it, right?
There's nothing else.
No reason to do that. We gotta go talk to the kids. Alright, well, there's 2 more kids right here, so we'll see.
The scruffy hair, the other one, looks indistinguishable from him. He watches his brother kick the stone with his tongue lolling out of his mouth.
You guys look identical.
The stone-kicking one becomes frantic all of a sudden, as if that's something to...
He looks just like me.
Yeah, I said that.
The boy doesn't answer. His brother throws another rock. Both of their hair is covered in some kind of dirt.
You're bad with kids.
I am, yes.
Don't worry, everyone is. How about we do some police work now?
Eh, whatever. Okay, let's go back to, like, the boardwalk area, I think. Because there should have been some way for me to look for information. Oh. You can imagine why calls become terrible sometimes. There's got to be something to check when it comes to the gun. Rusty gears used to turn the whole machine. This was a red check. Yeah.
Elements, guards.
So I don't want to try that until I have a good shot at it. There's that other trap. Dude, it's hypnotizing.
Is there something here that would indicate a sniper used this place as a nest for taking the shot? Just some urban detritus, a bottle, and a dilapidated old comms tower.
I don't see it, Lieutenant W. Freighter. I don't see a person take a shot here and hit something there. In the whirling in rags.
Maybe the assailant climbed the comms tower.
It's not possible to climb that ladder. And even if it were, why? There's no platform up there to aim from.
Eyes on the game, bro. Maybe the campfire was used for the
to warm his hands before pulling the trigger? Perhaps. But anyone could have made this. The coast is specked with fires this time of year. Truthfully, this seems like a very poor choice to take a 1.2 kilometer rifle shot from. Visibility is awful. There's water vapor everywhere. I think we can rule out Biddable Prime, was it?
There, 1.2 kilometers over the cold water of the bay, blue from the distance and the air, you see the smallest rectangle, barely visible, a glowing light on the 3rd floor of the Whirling in Rags. With binoculars, you would see a young woman's shape move behind the glass, her limbs long and slender.
So unlikely to be here. So then that leaves the boardwalk, and what was the other area? The island, but I couldn't get to the island yet, I think was the issue. So let's go to the boardwalk. Let's go to the beach. Inky Majaj. I take a composure die roll and I lose every time. I understand. He is a drip god right now. Bro radiates sex appeal. Okay. Anything in here? Oh. Buzz hum. The electricity flows through the wires with audible power. Got power? I'm not seeing anything to like interact with here. Somehow over here? Long way down to your death from here. 20 meters least. Stop messing something. I don't know. It said boardwalk, but I don't know where on this boardwalk. So I imagine it's this boardwalk. I guess it's possible it could be the boardwalk at the village. Hey, you're back.
Hello. Isn't this a fine morning? Sure. What's on your mind? But of course.
Never mind. I already talked to you as much as I could. Does the map show me? Boardwalk for bullet traces. Check the island for bullet traces. This is what I'm checking right here. And we checked, I guess, like back here? I don't know. I might just be missing it. I'm not seeing anything pop up about being able to access this. Kind of looks like something could be here, but this is like in the shadow of the church, so I don't really see how that's a viable spot. What the hell? What are you doing? Oh, he's going all there. See, that's where I just went, though, and it didn't... Nothing popped up. Oh. There's a question mark? What is a question mark? Is that a hint? Nothing. All the way up against the back. Nothing's proccing for me to interact with. Maybe I should check the... Because, I mean, that's not... It's just a dock. I don't know. Weird. I don't see... And nothing is lighting up to interact with at all. Nothing. Let me put on my, my perception-based stuff. Well, was there something else that gave perception, or was it just the shoes? Maybe it was just the shoes. Unless I can interact with the bullet again.
The bullet is still safely sealed away in a plastic bag bearing the RCM stamp. You can't remember what happened last week. What makes you think you're going to...
Well, I didn't have anything for hand-eye coordination. That would make me feel kind of stupid if I just ran that check without actually making sure I had hand-eye coordination stuff on me. I did. Okay. And I can't level up hand-eye coordination, unfortunately, because I'm maxed out unless I take some drugs, which I could. Do I take the drugs? I don't even remember how you take drugs. Like, I don't know how to take drugs. I never learned. I'm pressing all the buttons. Well, I guess we're not taking drugs. I don't remember how. Whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where else it would be on this boardwalk. This feels like it's the right area, but nothing is, nothing's procking. Nothing's popping up telling me, hey, why don't you look at this? Just nothing's happening. So I don't know. I don't really know. I don't know. So weird. Unless it's somehow, like, down here. I didn't talk to these guys, and so maybe I should chat with them.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
About the church. I checked it out.
And? What happened?
I talked to the shadow-clad being climbing the beams, a man living on the ceiling.
Oh, man. The crab man, you mean? Who is he? What did you think?
You're right, he's a true narcomaniac, and the way he climbs it was terrifying.
Right? There's something really odd about him. What's he doing in the church anyway?
He clearly enjoys the physical activity. The guy climbs like a freak. There's something sinister going on under that roof. I think he's going high or something.
What do you mean?
I'm not sure. I'm just telling you what it felt like.
No matter. Is it? Yeah. Noid is right. Let's get back to...
These guys will never catch him. You will never catch him. There's nothing to do.
I did talk to that guy. He keeps himself physically active, thinking spiritual thoughts. As far as I can tell, he's not going to leave. He'll climb around up there, and you guys will never catch him.
I don't know, man. Doesn't it feel like a major hindrance to you? A spooky guy climbing around when all the guests are trying to have nice, friendly hyper time?
You're just going to have to live with the crab man.
I guess it's not a massive problem, now that I think of it.
I'm trying to get them to not do it.
Dance till the morning light! Yeah! Maybe. I guess we'll figure something out. Okay, but what about the other spooker? The one in Grandma's clothes?
I was just
Did you see
using
her?
the mainframe when Suna, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident, appeared.
Programmer? That's odd. What was she like? Did you ask her about the nightclub?
She said you guys haven't been complete. She did not like the Anno Dance Club idea.
What a pity. That's my favourite thing in the world. And she doesn't like it at all.
A shame. What can we do now? Do you see a way out of this jam? And into a laser-lit future of dance and unity?
No.
Unity! Dance!
She made it very clear he's going to add to the ambiance. That actually might be, like... I think they could get some people to show up to see the crab man do his thing on the dance floor. She made it very clear that she won't leave until her own project is finished.
You can't just evict her?
No, I won't evict her. We have to come up with a different solution.
Look at you, Honor Man. No, Noid. He's right. Maybe we've approached it the wrong way after all. I'm sure there's a workaround. We can make a deal not to bother her. If that's okay with her, we only want to get in the church and spread the joy and ecstasy of music.
The lines in the dark exist. Coexist.
At least Crabman seems like an advanced being. He's hard. He'll understand.
Yeah, he can do his climbing thing in the tower. And the programmer, does she like melodic dance music?
She absolutely does not really, truly despise it.
Egghead cannot believe what you just said. It makes him pump the jam a little slower for a moment, but then he returns to the full swing of it.
No worries. We'll figure it out. If coexisting fails, you can always muscle her out, right? If it's all okay with you, what do you think?
I refuse to throw her out, but I can try convincing her.
Excellent. Good luck, my friend. Yes. What?
I see you brought your own water?
Yeah. Good to have, bitch to carry. When I first scouted the place, I did some reconnaissance. I'm not sure the church even has running water.
And it's distilled too?
Oh. It's the one they sell at the fuel station.
It's like he's lying to you, my liege. But he's slippery enough that there's nothing for you to grab hold of.
All right, enough
He
of this.
nods enthusiastically, no doubt a little relieved.
Goodbye, officer.
Logic. Getting +1 from logic. I'm sure I've got other stuff for logic. Do I? Maybe I don't. Logic. +1 logic. +1 logic. Okay.
Hi again. So, goodbye,
What
officer.
was that? Pile of nasal sprays, brand name, Nosafed Ultra.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
Boom.
Okay. So the Speed Freaks want to start a club for dance music. That much checks out. Youths like music. You feel as though you might have liked music more when you were young, too. But you digress.
What's the gist of
The
it?
gist of it is, they want to turn the church into a club. But a suspicious element has overtaken the building. It's very important to understand what the gist of things is. Always consult the gist before making up your mind. This is going well.
I don't think this is going well.
And it has to be considered. You can't invent the future of dance music in this smelly old tent. Imagine if you had the church. That settles it. Analysis complete. Their story checks out. It still feels as if this didn't quite go as it should have.
Goodbye, officer.
It's a logic check, isn't it?
Hi again. So,
Yeah, logic.
Goodbye, officer.
I'll put 1 point in logic.
Hi again. So,
That's
how
72%.
things going?
Nothing jumps out to you.
Oh my god.
Nothing out of the ordinary.
Really? Because I could swear something's not
How
happening out
about
here.
you get out and breathe? The air in the tent.
Okay, whatever. Rude. It's gonna add to the ambiance. God, that is a really funny image, that fucking crab shadow man just dancing in the
The shaggy
rafters.
haired girl.
So you talked to my associates, right? Are you going to help us? With the church, I mean.
Can't say, gotta ask questions first.
Shoot,
Said eating me? There's nothing eating me.
come on, I can tell. But, okay. Be a boyadero about it if you want to.
I guess there is something that's been making my life hell.
What is it?
I think it's all these foreign people taking our jobs. Nice. People put their self-interest to give above the
Oh.
greater goal.
Really?
Yeah, no one understands that sometimes you got to make sacrifices for the sake of progress. It's all very distressing.
So, the thing that's been eating you is the slow pace of social progress.
Don't get me wrong. I'm all for slow and steady progress. I just wish people would be a little more reasonable, is all.
Okay. So you're not that upset, it sounds like.
I told you I'm highly distressed by the state of affairs.
Uh-huh. And you're sure it's social progress you're distressed about, and not, I don't know, some chick?
Perhaps.
I'm positive. Now, I had some questions.
Go ahead.
I'd like to know more about your
My
associates.
associates? I haven't got much to say about them.
What do you mean? You must know something about them.
Of course I do. I just don't tell people about my friends and who they are and so on. I don't provide information on them.
That's incredibly suspicious.
To the cops.
What about you? Tell me something about yourself.
Me? I'm a silver bird.
Okay, maybe I'll ask later about
Don't
this.
know what makes you think it'll be any different later, but...
Not much to go on there. All right, let's hit a quick save, and then I don't know why I just haven't taken a break all stream. So let's get a quick break in here. I'm gonna go grab some water, stretch my legs a little bit, and I think you guys should do the same. So I'll be right back in about 3 to 5 minutes. All right, welcome back. Let's get going again. Except I still don't know what the hell I'm doing. That is the constant problem I'm running into at this point in the game, is I am very lost and unsure of what to do next. I never found my gun, but I also never worked with Everard. Yes, they did. They did have hot and steamy soup. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Relax, not yours. You didn't crash every MC in Revachol. What about back over here? Is there anything else over this way? Like, I still haven't figured out if there's a way to get up to this side. It doesn't look like it. Already checked that. Water here. Little fishing boat things. Nothing over there. This with all the bullet holes.
A row of ghostly shades facing a crumbling wall, with another 7 shades standing.
I don't know if that's relevant.
A single person stands.
Your social media timeline.
Sea wind
blows. Surprisingly, I try to make a post, whenever I go live, and then when I check later, like my timeline, it actually hasn't sent me like anything Disco Elysium related, which is probably good because there's the risk of spoilers,
There's no way
right?
The perp isn't here, officer. Look how scarred the boards are. All attempts to pry them off have failed.
You think she's in there?
The suspect? God, I hope not. I can't see a way in, though many have tried.
Can I try to get in?
Not this time. The opposition is insurmountable, but I like the spirit. Have some points. It's lonely and cold without points.
I love points.
And dangerous. Dangerous too.
More to do here then. Okay. If I was strong enough, I could get off. Yeah, this is like I didn't know anything. The only thing I knew was like the pictures, and I kind of had an idea of the premise, but that was it for me. Which I'm glad. But now I'm at a point where it's like, damn, I am almost tempted to Google like what the hell to do next, because I've just been walking around. I don't got any ideas. I could go back to Everard, and because he knows about the whereabouts of my gun. And maybe by talking to him, I could get my gun back. So I guess that would be one thing. Cell refused to talk about her friends. Maybe she'll open up later after you've helped them set up the nightclub. Become a man of plenty, get yourself a personal brand Saturday, whatever. Help the ravers. Ask about Ruby. Ask the fish folks in the village if their leader knows something. Oh, I didn't press her very hard. I talked to her the first time. This lady.
The old woman. There's a gap where the name of that song should be. You should ask her about it right now.
What is the song?
A lullaby my mother used to sing. I sang it to my kids too. It's an old Samaran children's song.
That is true. You are the voices in my brain. I'll assign an emotion to each of you. What's it called?
Surrender to the night.
Mappa is lust. Scoober is sex appeal. Hey, I gave you the horny emotion. And Mercury Moss is concentrated power of will. Yeah.
That's kind of grim for a children's song. Even.
Yes, it does.
Have you seen a red-haired woman named Ruby around the coast?
I haven't seen anyone lately.
Do you know who I'm talking about?
This is my little cinder block town. I know what goes on around here.
She's being evasive.
There was a murder in Martinez.
Yeah, so I already talked to her once about this, but I didn't do it
this
again.
world works. And it doesn't work when people tell on each other.
You know something. We're here to help.
Aye, that you are, Dark Omen. Help yourselves and your organization. Help the storm clouds gather on the horizon.
I see you know something, but you're deciding not to tell us.
There's not much to tell. People come and go. Now, was there something else?
Yeah, we do.
I hope
You're
you don't
right.
mind if we look around anyway.
Ruby was here. You know it.
Where could someone say, Renner?
Stay. That said, if lodgings is what you're looking for, I won't charge you for it. Take it as a gesture of goodwill from the village to the RCM.
I'm not sure it's
Oh,
appropriate.
don't. It's your choice. No skin off my teeth. My kids grew up and left like this.
Okay.
Don't make...
Well, if you are not in the hostel in the morning, I'll know where to find you.
He's a little relieved you're no longer in that room. Should he? This environment encourages one thing, and one thing only. Drinking.
Okay, so we have the key. I want to investigate this room for clues.
The door has seen better.
I'll wait outside to give you some time and privacy to check out your new living arrangement.
Yeah.
And look for any signs of Ruby. But just so you know, after we are done with the day, I'll still be staying in the Whirling in Rags for the night. We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning.
One smart voice. If we all work together, if we
The
all
key
fuse.
turns with a satisfying click. You can enter the shack now.
Okay, let's look around. Any signs of Ruby? Is that an ashtray? Old science fiction magazines, books about bird watching, an almanac from '39. The intricate heat engine hums quietly, giving out pleasant warmth. Floorboards creak under your step, using a thermodynamic expander condenser cycle. Nice.
As you look at the floorboards in this corner of the shack, it's clear one of them isn't quite level with the others. The edge of a floorboard next to it looks scratched.
Move the board aside.
Hollow space underneath the floorboards is dark and damp. You can barely make out the mixture of sand and sawdust below.
What's in
Nothing
here?
particular catches your eye. Looks like more reeds. There might be something hidden inside the sand, though. Something bad. Someone's night thoughts. A last resort. A bad idea.
A weapon? Search.
You stick your hand in and start combing through the sand. Dry, not like outside. Fine dust. And then something hard wrapped in paper.
What is it?
A small cylindrical object. You pull it out. A bullet.
Okay.
A 9mm bullet, to be exact. Fit for all muzzle loaders of that caliber.
A bullet. Interesting.
The floorboard doesn't care. But maybe the washerwoman does. You have enough to confront her with.
We're not done yet.
On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror. A straight razor soaks inside the wash basin.
Shave
The
the
water
right
reflects back a vague image of your face. Nose bulbous and red, hair unkempt, wrinkles lining the eyes and forehead. The stash is gigantic. You'll be looking like a pansy without the chops. A fucking pansy.
I'm not gonna do the chops. I'll probably cut myself and bleed out. You see the waves, the sea, a church.
An old mirror hangs on the wall.
So that's related to the same thing in there. Ooh, a logic jacket. And here's where I would sleep.
The bed is comfortable.
No time to rest. Okay. Well, let's confront her with the bullet, unless it's something I can interact with. Not a tool or anything. Hell yeah. I mean, it's not as cool as this jacket, but... Wait, I'm a detective? Okay.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night.
Why was there
What can I help you with?
Why was there a bullet under the floorboards of your shack?
Damn that girl.
A bullet?
Nods to you, or turns to you and gives you a little nod, then turns to the washerwoman.
You didn't put it there, did you? She did.
Gone and hid things in there? She's usually a good tenant, and not a stupid one either.
You rented the room to her?
Yes, I let my room to that Ruby girl.
She speaks slowly, wringing out a rag. After a long silence, her hands move into the water bucket. Some water sloshes over the edge.
As I've done before when she's been in trouble or just looking for solitude. I've made it clear. We welcome all kinds of people here.
When was this?
She came last Friday, left on Monday in a hurry. What has she gotten herself into, that girl?
That's for the police to find out. Right then. Please answer each question to the best of your ability. I'm sure we have a few.
You said she left on Monday?
Yes, early with the dogs. Around 8 o'clock, I think.
She probably heard the Lieutenant's Kanema drive by, and it woke her up, just like it did you.
Him, she must have heard her Kanema.
Yes. That is a downside of having a 130 kilowatt engine. It lets the bad guys know when you are coming.
Is the room exactly as she left it?
I cleaned it, like I always do.
Was there anything else?
No.
The truth, sire.
What's she like, Ruby?
She's good company. Knows how to talk to an old woman. At my age, you don't get a lot of quality conversation. So I really appreciate that about her.
Did she talk to you much during her last stay?
No, she was mostly silent this time. Kept to herself.
What do you mean?
She tried not to let it show, but I could tell she hadn't come to fish. Usually she likes to cast a few lines, but this time she mostly stayed in her room.
Sorry, I'm bumping my microphone. Why do you think she left the bullet there?
How would I know? She's a gruff one, but not violent. She doesn't go around toting a gun.
She looks back towards her shack, thinking.
You could ask her about your hunch, that it was a desperate measure. See if she thinks Ruby fits the bill.
I have a possible explanation in my mind.
Aye. Do tell.
An exit plan?
Exit from what?
Her life?
The lieutenant stops writing for a moment. He looks at you, then at the old woman.
No, she's a fighter.
She really believes that.
I heard she was a heavy drinker with anger issues. You ever witnessed that kind of behavior?
Nothing of the sort. Sure, she was no stranger to the bottle. She fit in that way. But I only knew her to have a beer on the beach while watching the sunset. She isn't what you'd call a drunk. Even offered me some from time to time. Said it was part of the communal life. But I never saw her lose control of herself, the way some people do.
Did she have any technical equipment with her, like radio stuff?
Not that I know of, though she was into nice music. She once showed me a few mixtape milieux she'd made.
She brushes her forehead with the back of her hand. Water drips to the ground.
Although I guess she was pretty handy with the mechanical and technical stuff. Even fixed the heater in the shack. You should be thankful for that.
Where did she go?
I don't know. Further up the coast. She tried to leave quietly, but the hinges on that door screeched like a cat in heat. Woke me up. I heard her rushing in those heavy boots, heading up north.
It's a peninsula. She might be trapped.
True.
You'll never find her, you know. She knows the coast like the back of her hand. You only just arrived.
I wouldn't worry about that, ma'am. We are persistent.
Further up the coast we go, then.
Are you sure you would rather stay here? Get a nice cozy fire going in the heater? Seems like a better idea to me.
The Feld electric mural. You feel like you should go look at it again. Step closer this time.
Gotcha.
What?
Okay.
She really means it. It's an honest plea.
She's a good girl. Whatever she's got.
Okay, well, let's go back to Feld Electric then and see what we find out. I guess that was a pretty big thing to miss there. That kind of set me back big time. No wonder I haven't progressed the story in a while. Here we go. Back to the mural.
once bright mural towering above you. The signage has peeled off over the years, but you can still make out Feld Electrical R&D, a slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago. Now, only a shadow of peeled letters remains. It says, "Tomorrow is just a whisper away."
Step closer.
Above the mural, a collapsed roof, broken windows set in walls that are cracking and will soon also fall, and the coastal breeze rustling and sighing in the remains of the edifice. Feld Electrical. How ironic. All these dark rooms. Feld Electrical. You only know them as a small company that makes ink cartridges. Looks like they used to be big. There's something in the wind. Sometimes the only way to go forward is to fail first.
Could Ruby be in there?
In there? She could. Or she could be in the identical room over there, or in that boat shack. In that church tower, maybe.
Why single out this one building?
Ooh, the empty trap. Like she ate them, maybe? I need some more shivers. Pretty sure I have like a jacket with shivers. +1 shivers. +1 shivers. Pain threshold. I'm not wearing anything that loses shivers, right? And I have a level up, so I could throw that on shivers as well. This is a pretty tough check, so...
The once bright mural
42%.
towers above you, saying, Feld Electrical, R&D. Tomorrow is, even though you're sure you succeeded, all is quiet. There is no cold hand brushing against your forehead, no rustle in the reeds. The wind has died down. The ruin in front of you is silent as a tomb.
How was I even attempting to do here?
Trying to talk to the wind, the city. Whatever you thought would happen did not. And now you're just standing there in the pale of the morning with your hands fallen to your side.
Interesting.
Is trying to talk to the city something you've done before? Is it in your secret repertoire? A trick for when you're out of ideas?
She could be anywhere. How do we find her?
How do we? I was really hoping she'd be in the village. Okay. She's probably north of the village, and this place is a peninsula. We already scanned most of the outdoor areas on our wild cryptid hunt, so we have an understanding of the geography, at least. And then there's the church. We've already searched that and can rule it out. I know it doesn't feel like progress, but exclusion is a step too.
For sure.
Anyway, we do it the old-fashioned way, sector by sector. Go over the whole peninsula, ask the locals, enter the places where we can enter first, like we did in the village.
And if that fails, if we don't find her?
Then, if we're desperate, we can look where we can't enter. Bunkers, storm drainage, this place. I'm sure it won't come to that.
Looks behind him at the dark red box crumbling across the chasm.
Walk the coast, the old
Sniff around.
boardwalk, the reeds. You can always come back here and talk to the wind again. Look where it already got you.
I can run this check again?
A breeze, like a quiet. Go to the children of the big sea. The wind rushes away, leaving you where you...
Officer, are you okay? It looked like we lost you for a second.
You need to talk to
When you're ready.
Okay. All right, well, I guess that kind of got us back to where we were. Like, we were kind of already checking out places.
Winter, slow to let go of Revachol. Flecks some more wet snow from above.
Look around.
The snow falls lazily, making the beach sand paler still, mixing with the rust-colored sewage runoff. It has been a cold year. All things waiting for spring will have to wait a bit longer.
What am I doing?
Looking up at the sky, melted snow dripping from your hat.
What do I see?
The sky is full of great battleships. White clouds collide with one another, and the world is drenched with their debris.
How does it feel?
You're warm in your hat and your coat. Like a well-equipped explorer, you comfortably survey the white landscape.
What's in the west?
More winding coastlines lined with abandoned buildings. Crumbling piers, salt water lapping at their dark piles. Grey and red forgotten city blocks. What remains of the pre-revolutionary effort to gentrify the coast.
Beyond that?
The waters turn black. Coal City in the shadow of San Martin. A boom town. Back when coal extracted from countless shafts near the city was needed to power Revachol. No more. The coal was supplanted by petroleum from the ocean floor and hydropower from the Esperance. Everything crumbled. These days, only the weakest remain in Coal City. Their hopes of getting rich linger in the defunct shafts under their feet.
What is there?
Below the old mines, l'Océan Municipal, Revachol's underground cemetery. Le Petit Rat braved the underground passageways, trying to get to Le Royaume. Where the Philippian kings were interred, with their doctors and their admirals. Mausoleums, burial chambers, leaf gold still remains on the double door of the morning.
Les Petits Rats.
Children under 14, they go underground looking for artifacts to sell to foreign museums, and for fabled relics. Their parents let them. They go deeper.
Wipe the stuff.
Few Petits Rats return from the shafts. Even fewer find what they're looking for. A small child steps out of the black tunnel with silver trinkets in her pocket. All around her, white snow on the extinguished coke furnaces and on the weather-worn shacks where fathers beat their sons after drinking.
Okay.
The snow melts on your fingers, turning to water.
Where is Ruth?
Near, snow falls into dark water. She prays, though she doesn't believe. There is a hum in the air. That's all.
Near, snow falls into dark water. Not sure what that really tells me. Snow falls into dark water. Dark water. I mean, that could imply murky, like as in gross, dirty water, or dark water as in a dark place, like a cavern, cellar, that sort of thing.
More winding coastlines line. The waters turn
Okay, I'm gonna skip
no
through some
more.
of this.
Below the
I just clicked on the
chill
same thing.
after two, the more. How can it be pure if it's magenta? Snow falls. After rubies, the
my
more.
God.
How can it be pure?
Blah, blah, blah.
All around her,
Okay.
white snow on the extinguished coke
What's
furnaces.
below me?
Layer upon layer of sand, poisoned with industrial runoff. The storm drainage, hidden bunkers. Rats scuttle.
Tell me about the secret of the sands. When?
Someone stuffed a big old polar anorak into a concrete pipe under the boardwalk. It would keep you warm. You would probably never happen across it. But who knows?
Big old polar anorak into a concrete pipe under the boardwalk.
We should keep moving. Who knows when the snow will let up.
That kind of seems like, I mean, it did say we may never find them. That kind of felt significant, right? Is it reachable from the boardwalk? And also, yes, we really should get our gun. That is probably what I should go do now, actually, so I don't forget. Okay, well, whatever that boardwalk thing is, I'm not seeing anything to popping up or to interact with, so either I have to go around the other way to get to whatever it was talking about, or it's not something I can get to. So, on the topic of our gun, I guess it doesn't say anything in here. The ghost. It doesn't say anything about my gun anymore. But it's probably because I never accepted the quest from Everard, so... Alright, let's go talk to Everard then, and at least give myself a chance to get my gun back. can still talk to these people a little bit too. There was another person like over here. I don't think I talked to, but we'll get to them afterwards. Let's get the gun. I can't let myself get distracted from the gun situation. That may become very important that I have that. He is a man of the people. That is true. Really should give him more respect, honestly. Even though I can never tell if he's looking at me or looking at someone else. Ah, there it is. I think I'm getting faster each day. I could talk to Measurehead again. Hey, what's this? Giant aspirin on the pillow and a pattern of coffee rings on the armrest. Someone is habitually chilling next to the radio. Thing? On around you. Great machines in quests. Questions. Croissant. All right. Haven't talked to Everard since we first met him, I'm pretty sure. So, well, actually, we talked to him after we checked that door. All right, Mr. Everard.
Mr. Dubois, I hear the meeting with Titus was a glowing success. That's such a relief. Titus can be a handful sometimes. Now, what can Everard Clare do for you today? You bring joy to my heart, Harry. Such a pleasure to be working with you. Here, you need to get signatures from Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter. The cul-de-sac is right past the pawn shop and across the canal. I heard there was some trouble with the water lock, but it should be fixed now. Once you have the signatures, mail this to 13022 La Rocca in La Delta. Then, I'll know you're a solid socialist.
The container I asked you
Mega
about?
rich light-bending guy? Oh my god. How did that get in there?
Slime like him must have oozed in through the cracks. He's so rich he can get in anywhere.
Damn it to hell, Harry. I specifically told my guys to check all the containers for mega-rich light-bending guys.
I think it went down the proletariat, Everard. Him telling me he was there.
There was a guy in the container, but he didn't bend any light. That was in the detective's head.
Honestly, guys, we might be moving all kinds of suspicious things through this harbor, but I won't be caught transporting the light-bending mega-rich. I have a reputation to protect.
The mega rich are people too. He was such a nice man. He gave me stock tips. His transportation of the mega rich should be more tightly regulated. Didn't seem like he was safe. Should be honored by the presence of his magus. You're a socialist.
You're right, Harry. I am a socialist. I'm going to catch the mega-rich guy inside the container and harvest his energy to power the harbor's fog lights.
That's a great idea.
I shudder to think what you're going to tell me next, Harry.
Not for 1 second did he believe there's an actual mega-rich person somewhere in his container town.
I'd rather transport them in a barrel. So I could lie about the signatures, right? I gotta leave. Isabel Lillian's nameless fishing village down the coast to sign Everard's document. Once the signatures are secured, mail the document to Everard's accountant using the mailbox on the plaza. Okay. I definitely did that. I definitely
Mr.
did
Dubois,
that.
no you didn't. I know the mailman, Harry. Just like I know you'll get it done. Once you stop horsing around, let me know when it's done.
It's not gonna be easy this time.
By all means, Harry. What's on your mind?
Oh.
Yes. My best men are tracking it down. Some kids saw some other kids running away with it. Some folks said a paranoid schizophrenic might have it. Leads are being checked, Harry. What's that, Harry? You're getting a little pale. Is it the words paranoid schizophrenic and lost gun in one sentence? Don't worry, it's just a lead. It'll probably turn out to be nothing.
True. I mean, do I have to do this to help get my gun? Well, I don't know. I thought maybe I could trick him. Maybe I just move that fast, dude. There's a guy bending light in this town. What? Someone can bend light, but they can't teleport? I mean, come on. You gotta buy in a little bit. Get 2. Why envelope is stamp attached to the upper right corner, handed to you by Everett Clare. Inside are some legal documents, 2 names printed on them: Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter, both signatures required. Flash, Speedy Gonzalez. I am Speedy Flash. The Gonzalez. Right to work. We have a right to work. Oh, shit. Gun situation. Does this actually help me with the gun situation? Or he's just using me to get shit done?
The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of lined office paper. The kitchen magnets have left.
Not that. This.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope.
Oh, shit.
A 12 to 40 month construction period and the zoning plan in the addendum.
Look at the zoning
The
plan.
youth center cuts into the ocean like the bow of some great modern ship. Apparently, it's going
Thank
to
you,
cover
Mercury.
most, if not all, of the
I knew you
street
believed
and
in
the
us.
square between the existing houses. It's 3 stories tall. It's going to be awfully close to the already existing buildings, almost wall to wall, practically integrating them into the youth center. This is either an ominous or cool architectural choice. Hard to say. My money is on cool. Looks like a cubic pyrite.
Cool cubic pyrite. And what do you think
I'm
of
no
this?
property lawyer, but it looks fine. I like the print size. They're not selling or leasing anything. It's not a perfect solution, but...
How else are you going to build something?
All
It's always inconvenient to build things, and citizens inevitably have disagreements over such construction projects.
Listen
but
here.
There's no other way.
Listen here, game. You better not fuck this up for me. 3, 2, 1. Ah!
There is no loophole. The simple truth is the current residents are going to lose their street access, and for the next 12 to 40 months, their lives will be dominated by constant
40?
construction noise right next door.
Wait, what are the ramifications of this?
Once the construction starts, it'll probably take a few months, a year maybe, for even the most stubborn occupants to get tired of living like this. After that, they'll sell their property for cheap and move out.
Look, Kim. These people are going to have to move away. Can we do something about
I
it?
should have seen it.
Francis reads over that
Evra
again.
probably has eyes on us, but we could try to get other people to sign this instead of those listed. Or you could forge their signatures yourself. By the time he finds out, we'll already be gone.
Okay, well, let's put that away. Let's put on my best interfacing, which I think is just these gloves. And then, dude, I just dropped a 14 FPS. Okay, if I go into, like, my room, maybe I'll be hidden. Trying to find a good spot for this. Hey, wait, what's that? Empty cassette. Nice. Alright. Can I do it in here?
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month construction period and the zoning plan in the addendum.
Oh man, this can't be retried. Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna hit that real fast. No particular reason.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope, a 12 to 40 month construction period, and the zoning plan in the addendum.
Please. Please. Let the god of the dice roll favor me this day.
With a
Yes,
confident
okay.
flourish, you complete your forgery. What do you see on the signature line?
2 names, Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter.
Indeed, they look distinctly different and very convincing. These might as well be their actual signatures.
Good. Everard will have to start over with his scheming. When Isabel and Lillian dispute the signatures, the document will be rendered null. And
Let's
void.
go!
Any halfway competent notary should be able to handle this. Not getting their actual signatures was probably the best thing to do. Now
Thank
all we
the
have to do
Lord.
is mail these. I think I saw a mailbox on the plaza.
Okay. Dude, I don't know why the performance is so bad in this hotel. I haven't had frame rate on this whole time, but like I felt it chugging. But now I'm looking up at it and it's like, oh, when we were out in the city, we were getting 120 FPS, and now I'm getting 16 FPS in here. Like, how does it drop like 90% performance? That's crazy. Where is that box? Did you say it was by the Whirling in Rags, or am I crazy? Like Gart's fat ass stealing up all my CPU. Oh, right here.
The dented yellow mailbox greets you with... You drop the white envelope in the darkness. About a week's worth of mail as collected in probably did the right thing. You can't trust that slug, Everard.
All right, let's go back to Everard. If we don't mention anything...
Okay. Boom. Bada bing, bada boom. Right to work. Look, I go out here and... Okay, actually, I still am getting like 30 FPS. I don't get it. I don't know what's going on with the performance of the game. It's all over the place. He has millions of polygons. All dedicated to making up the fattest ass you'll never get to see. Maybe I could swoon Gart somehow. I've already done a lot of work to repair our relationship. Now I just need him to, you know, throw it back for me.
Mr. Dubois, every worker...
To be walked so
member of the
Gart
board.
could run.
How can I help you today?
It's done. I mailed the signatures.
The Golden Boy returns once more. Wonderful. Simply wonderful, Harry. Of course. I already knew this. My friend, the mailman, confirms the letter is on its way. You've done a great thing today. You've given the children of Martinez a future and proven to be a true man of the left. I can finally trust you now. You're in my inner circle. You too, Mr. Kitsuragi. We can talk about anything. The strike, the murder, your lost gun, nothing is off the table.
See? Forging that signature really paid off. Well done, sire. By guile and deceit, you're in.
Yeah.
You don't know his full plan. Perhaps he expected trickery. Perhaps the signatures weren't important.
That's a really good...
The point is, do not think you're ahead of him.
Can I get my gun now?
Harry, I've got to be honest with you. Your gun was found 2 days ago. Withholding this information weighed heavily on me. But it had to be done.
Fine, where is it?
An old woman has it, and let me tell you, Harry, word on the street is she's a character. So watch out.
This must be the woman who bought the gun from Roy. The one he described as terrifying.
So the gun's still with the woman who bought it from Roy.
Yes, the same one. I see you've done your research. The pawn shop made the gun easy to track. Crazy stuff, Harry. Selling your gun like that? Wild. Anyway, the neighbors of this old woman contacted my men because they trust me and the Debarders Union. Apparently, she was waving it around at the entrance to her building.
Waving the gun around doesn't sound good. None of this does.
Who is the old woman?
Unfortunately, I don't know anymore. You're gonna have to go in blind, Harry. But she's an old lady. How dangerous can she possibly be? Oh, and she calls herself the Pigs.
There it is again. The Pigs. Like Roy said, not good at all.
I'm surprised I haven't met this person.
I, for one, find it refreshing. Finally, someone calls themselves a pig.
Aha.
It actually sounds extremely bad, but let's not give him the satisfaction.
Can you set up a
I
meetup?
already have. Tonight, starting 10 o'clock, near the old fish market on the coast. The one on the boardwalk, a little past the fishing village. Be careful, Harry. I would never set you up for anything dangerous, but you did ask for this. Now, back to the fun stuff.
Oh, that's definitely a threat.
She will be there from 2200 hours till 0200 hours.
Okay.
More fun stuff. Seems like we already have fun stuff to do.
Did you order the hangman killed?
Order it. You know my men didn't kill him. They told you. It was a happy accident. You know how it is. No one takes the initiative. If I wanted him dead, I would have had to do it myself. And I'm too fat for that.
Why are you so fat?
Glad you asked. I've got type 2 diabetes because sugar and fat was all my mother had to give me and my brother Edgar when we were kids.
That's a sad story.
Good job too, as it made me ugly. And ugly people, Harry, are much better at politics.
That might be a good point. You know, I never considered that. Maybe I should get into politics. What do you gain from it being
Why,
dead?
a war, of course.
And what do you have to gain from a war?
Victory, Mr. Kitsuragi. I have victory to gain. We are going to start a war with the Wild Pines group and win before they even realize there is a war.
Have you ever heard of what 2 giant Ceres hornets can do to an entire colony of bees? They destroy it.
I have. It's a great story, Harry. Did you also know how the bee colony kills the giant hornet? They swarm and blanket it entirely until it suffers a massive heat stroke and dies.
He crosses his hands contently, thinking of the interior temperature of the wasp rising.
Harry, we outnumber them 1,500 to 1, and that's just Martinez. With all the unions in Revachol, and with public opinion on our side, we can hold off 2 men, or 15 men, or even 50 men. The more they send, the worse it's going to look for them. They made a huge mistake hiring those guys. No one likes foreign mercenaries. The leftists hate them, the fascists hate them, even the moralists think they're in bad taste.
How's this connected to the strike?
Harry, there is no strike, only war. Class war. Or, in business terms, a dawn raid. Or wait. Is that when you still pay them something? Because we won't do that. We're not going to give nothing. We're going to take Terminal B away from them. The roads, the gates, the containers, that big crane, even the damn coffee maker. We're going to take all of it for the people, and fuck Wild Pines.
The word fuck
I like that.
rings like a gunshot from his mouth. He doesn't swear often.
That is true.
So that's why you haven't let Joyce in?
Yes. It's also why I let that midget Gaumont go.
Oh, you are calling him a
He's
midget.
too nice. I can't put him through this. Plus, he knows how to get in here. That woman can't tell her tits from her arsehole. She has no chance.
What?
Tits from her arsehole. It's a local saying.
Actually, no, it's not.
No, it's not. Why are you telling me your plan?
Because we're friends, Harry. Besides, it doesn't matter now. You can go tell her if you want. It won't change the course of events. We have a significant head start. It's already happening.
Who killed the hanged man?
No idea. Could have been his own mother for all I know. If you ever find the guy, give him a big fat kiss from Everard Clare. Couldn't have done it without him.
He really doesn't know.
How do you know it's a guy?
I don't. I told you it could have been his own mother. I'm pretty sure it wasn't anyone from the Union. Maybe it was the mob. Or maybe he killed himself because he was a closet socialist. Truth is, I simply don't know.
He really doesn't.
how many of you guys are there in the union?
2,372. Plus yours truly, of course.
2,373 is a sizable contingent for a labor organization in Revachol.
That's true.
And they're all well motivated. At least the ones you've seen.
How are you going to fund your independent harbor?
Oh, you mean what sort of goods are going to be flowing through? How am I going to replace all the contacts we'll lose once the poo-poo hits the fan? The clients will ditch us. Harry, we've thought of everything.
Nah, I'm not telling you what I'm about to do. I'm telling you what I already did, and you can't do shit about it. You're not going to be able to tell your tits from your asshole when I'm through.
Clients would take a well-known multinational conglomerate over a local mobster any day.
Clients take a well-known multinational conglomerate. Can't possibly hope to continue like you have. Clients will leave en masse.
Sure, some will go, but mark my words. The company will be unpleasantly surprised to see how many of them stay loyal to Martinez and to the new competitive contracts we can offer. With renewed zeal sparked by communal ownership, the men will be shipping those containers double time. You'll be surprised to see how fast things go without parasites latching on. We'll have our hands free to pursue bold, exotic new revenue streams.
Drug trafficking.
Drug trafficking? Don't be stupid, Mr. Kitsuragi. There are perfectly legal, 100% ethical chemical factories on the Samaran Isola. You don't need to be colonialist about it. All they do is produce components to keep the pharmaceutical industry running. That's people's health we're talking about. Old grannies, little babes, people with disabilities.
That's me. That's just the tip of the iceberg, though, isn't it?
The company thinks transporting these chemicals in bulk looks bad, has bad optics, may be illegal in some countries. The Debarders Union, however, we're all about the large volume column.
In bulk shipping, large volume column is a major buyer, a shark.
We're gonna transport the living daylights out of those materials, Harry. So your sick
Let's
kid
go.
can get his Benefed, and your wacky uncle doesn't have to come off risperidone.
Benefed is a children's cold medicine, usually apricot flavored, and risperidone is used to treat severe psychosis.
Thank you.
And the kids on the street can get speed and pyrrolidone.
I'm an old-fashioned guy, Mr. Kitsuragi. I sometimes grab a beer with the boys, but I have no idea about the things you just mentioned.
I don't think you grab a beer with the boys. You literally said you can't
But
leave
if
this.
I were to supply ingredients for some sort of rainbow party, I would make sure the Union took a fantastic share. And I'd keep that stuff far away from Martinez.
He's basically admitting to it.
Ruby helping you secure the fantastic share.
Harry, if I was supplying raw materials to drug manufacturers, I would need an army of rubies.
Understood.
Drugs are a no-go for me. I'll report this. Interesting stuff. I just want to solve the murder, okay?
You know why you're such a good detective, Harry? You don't get
Yeah,
sidetracked.
I never
you
get
care about the
sidetracked.
people you're supposed to protect, not
Be
some systems
24
that may
hours
or may
in.
not be unethical.
Drugs are a no-go. Oh, is that the case?
Anyway, let's not focus on the sensationalism of the drug trade. This hypothetical drug trade is all anyone ever seems to be interested in. It would only be a small part of the harbor's turnover, just like the harbor is, but a small part of Martinez.
Go on.
Let's look at the big picture. Martinez as a whole. There are little girls out there with dreams of making music. Young mothers who want to start businesses. Models who want to walk catwalks and steel welders who want to weld steel. I'm gonna unite them all into one economic body. We're gonna incorporate this place to Kingdom Come. Everyone's gonna be in on the wealth, and everyone's gonna pull their weight.
Let's keep focusing on the drug trade. He was almost admitting to it.
Very ambitious. I love what you're doing for the working man. Hold on. I don't want to look at the big... I want to look at the drug trade you almost did.
No, Harry. That's boring. All right, it's gone. The hypothetical raw materials trade is off the table. It's such a small and insignificant slice of revenue, I'm cutting it. Boys. Harry felt queasy about it. We're not doing it. Can we talk about my beautiful incorporated Martinez and its many-sided business ventures now? This bold new vision of incorporated socialism I'm offering?
Very ambitious. I love what you're doing for the working man.
Thank you, Harry. Thank you. You have no idea how much it means to me, because in many ways, you are that working man.
I am. It's
You have
true.
already done so much work.
Can I ask about the specific union members?
We're way past specific union members now. This is the big time. We're talking about the future of Revachol here, Harry. You can bother Leonard with that. He loves to run his mouth on such matters. But I'm in big-time mode, Harry.
That's it for now.
Great, Harry, great. I think we've truly built a bridge between Martinez and Jamrock today. We have united the RCM and the Debarders Union.
Suddenly there's sadness.
This has been so great. I'm sorry we don't have more fun things to do together, but if you ever feel like bouncing something off me, my door is always open.
Haha. Bouncing something off of him because he's fat. How's it feel knowing that this game will never get a sequel? Spiritual successor, maybe. There's like the devs have branched into like 3 different studios at this point. Although I think like 2 of the studios are suing the 3rd studio. Oh, man, the situation around this game's development team is just insane. Just honest to God insane. If I read enough fanfiction, that's basically the same thing. Well, if the fanfiction is made by people who made the original, then it kinda. Confront the pigs and get your gun. Okay, well, we've got the gun sorted, but that's not till later tonight. I still haven't gotten into the Whirling Rags, like, little back section. We could take another look at that. I wish it wasn't snowing. I could go talk. Try to beat the shivers thing. But it's snowing, so I think I lose points on that. What else? I'll quick save just because why not? Look for Ruby on the coast. Where else is there to look on the coast, you know? I don't even know, like, where I would start with that. Convince Suna to cooperate with the Raver. Let's do that. Could also talk to some of the villagers again. Did we already do the karaoke? You did miss the karaoke. We did do that pretty early on in the stream. Unfortunately, I'm very sorry. I'm sorry. I would have waited, but I didn't know if you were gonna show up today. I talked to this person before. Yeah, I do that. I really like getting my steps in, you know? Like, I
I'll
do
just
that.
keep the Cordeleche in the channel, if that's okay. It's too shallow near the pier. Aye, ma'am. And it's a jetty, by the way. Of course. Jetty. I prefer a good jetty to a pier any day. Jetty.
Something about the way she says it makes you want to sing.
Jetty.
Oh, Jetty, oh, Jetty. It's good to see you here, detectives. I only just arrived myself.
What brings you here, madame?
Nothing, really. I've had my eye on this jetty for weeks now, so I decided to investigate it personally. This cluster of buildings isn't on any of the official maps, as far as I can tell.
That. And she's also keeping an eye on you.
Have you been spying on us?
Spying has such a negative connotation. I did track your progress along the coast, however, and decided I would be better able to assist you from here.
Likely story.
Then there's the matter of that little scamp in old lady clothes. She threatened to paint the cordelate she read. Like blood, you see. Well, I like it the way it is. White.
What is this? Destruction of property? Hooliganism? Elder abuse? And who is this scamp, anyway?
It's obviously Cindy the Skull, or whatever the name it was. I forgot now. Something the Skull. We're not gonna...
No
she's
matter.
a talented artist.
Lillian and I are getting on much better. For one, she appreciates the concept of rent.
That is... it is nice. I wish the cops were more like that in real life.
How do I like it?
Solve a bunch. Bullshit. She cast her gaze towards the village, slush melting on the cinder blocks. Construction work left half finished 10 years
Water
ago.
drips down eaves of Eternite. The jetty below her feet creaks to the tune. The smell of salt and dog shit in the background.
It's pornographically poor. The street has no name. All the men are dead or missing. And is that the carcass of a motor carriage over there? I'm surprised that woman hasn't put me to the sword yet. Maybe she will. You should ask your questions while you can.
Dark eyes survey the coast leading up to Martinez. Dull grey metal rests in her scabbard. A sword. The wind is too loud for her to hear.
Fortunately for you, madame, the RCM is on the scene.
All right. Politics time. Let's react.
Imagine calling the cops someone stole your TV and they somehow fix your shower and find your missing dog.
Real men. Real politics. Real thoughts in your head.
Say nothing.
She could easily just...
Leans against the railing, look up at the grey sky.
Above you, there forms a quilt of altocumulus clouds, twisting into each other. The wind tugs and stretches them over the bay. Their cloud shadows slide over the ruins of Revachol West. Wherever they pass, the temperature drops slightly, but perceptibly. It's early spring, and the rains are coming. An officer enters a low hut of stone and wood. Inside, weapons are piled against the walls. Rifles with splintering stocks, and swords. Tens, if not hundreds. They're antiques, says Lieutenant John, the archetype McCoy, to his partner. They're digging them up from the catacombs now, fixing them. Old caches from the revolution. The children carry them up. Come May, the streets will be flooded. Outside, the wind rattles the loose hatches, flooded with cheap weapons in angry hands.
Do you know how they discovered this place?
This fishing village?
No. They're in Celindian, Isola.
What is an Isola exactly?
I'm guessing you don't know then.
No, I don't know how they discovered it.
Well, your condition has left you no worse off than most of these people. The literacy rate is around 45% west of the river. 50 years of occupation have left these people in an oblivion of poverty.
45% is around where I operate. Things are getting better, though.
I knew you would sympathize. Most Revacholians will never know what this place means. Our home. This island of matter. Or why they were ferried over in the first place. Remind me to tell you one day. For now, how can I assist you in this new location?
Tell me something else, then.
Of course. I hear you have singled out a suspect and are in pursuit. This is cause for cautious optimism. How can I help you at this juncture?
I found my badge.
By love, you did.
She is memorizing your badge number.
Pleased to meet you, Lieutenant W. Freighter Dubois. I am glad to see a man of high qualification. The situation is precarious. What can I help you with, Lieutenant Freighter?
That's it. I just wanted to brag. I got my badge. Okay. I already talked to
Waves
this
are beginning to die down. Look at those little bastards. Simmer down. Simmer down, bastards.
Why does she care about the waves so much?
What is it with you and those waves?
What is it with waves and fishermen? We need to be out there with them, fishing, making a living. So I asked them to accommodate me.
That's
but
fair.
Until that happens, I can try to assist you the best I can. So, what will it be, officer?
Look at someone else. Oh,
Who?
okay.
Well, how can I assist you then,
That's my motor
officer?
carriage, by the way.
Oh. That's good to know, I guess. Why is it in the sea?
An official investigation has been launched by me to determine that, ma'am.
That's great. Until then, you should maybe start thinking about the funeral.
Sire, she doth not believe it wasn't you.
You are suggesting we honor the carcass of my former motor carriage?
Aye. Feels deserved, don't you think? Falling in the line of duty like that and all.
Maybe I should.
Why odd? Our things are a part of our life world. They're made with our human sweat and they share human history. We should care about them as we care about humans. To some extent, at least.
That's fair.
Life world.
Kind of beautiful.
Someone's been reading up on last century Gotvaldian philosophers. Play it cool now.
All right, I'm in, but organizing a funeral takes a lot of time and effort, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah. You won't even be able to get it out of the water before early June. And where are you going to bury it? Who to invite? What music to play at the wake? Take it from someone who's been through a few funerals. It's easiest to just leave them there and let nature take care of it.
That's all we have time for right now anyway. Come back here in June and see how you feel about it then. It's not like it's going anywhere.
Beauty, we don't get to do more frivolous side activities like rejuvenate the doomed commercial area or...
Yes, that is a pity.
You
But
are
for now,
invited,
let's
absolutely.
focus on the things we do.
Everyone
get
in
to
chat
do.
is invited.
Like the murder investigation, for example.
You like the Capri funeral idea?
All right. I gotta wait till Kim leaves for me to hit on that lady, I guess. I did get the mission to talk to the children. Maybe I can do something
The
with that now.
scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him.
Kids, has anything strange happened lately?
We heard bad words and said, I got in trouble. Bad words. Bad words.
Okay, what happened?
We just heard funny voices.
He shrugs, his jacket whispers as his shoulders move.
We thought the voices were funny. We said what they said, and then we got in trouble.
Where did you hear them? Did you overhear someone say them? Was it on the radio?
Radio? What's that?
Sniffs
We
up a
just
drip
heard
stop.
them in our head.
Could it be? Do their minds work in the same way?
Like little bleeps and bloops of information?
No, just people talking real fast.
Okay, what did you hear?
It was like, it is time at last. My nasty speed reeks. Our brother man is about to grow up. DJ Flatios, Big Boy Daniel Single is here. Buckle up, cause this is the fastest track that you're ever gonna hear. Turn up the volume. Blow those speakers out. Now here's... No. Don't say bad words, stupid.
A word when you're done.
The boy draws a jagged rock across.
Okay, what's up, Kim?
Detective, about what the twins had to say. I believe they heard something. And given the poverty of this part of town, I don't know how they could have heard the radio. I don't know how they heard it, but I know the station they imitated. So they must have heard it somehow.
What channel was it?
Speed Freaks FM.
Speed Freaks FM, huh?
Yeah, local station, known for its kinetic music and aggressive style.
Sounds like a good time.
Yeah, anyway.
Yeah.
Weird as it is, the situation is not connected to the murder. This isn't our business.
Mystery, though. Mysteries are our business.
Yes. Mysteries like who killed the hanged man are our business, not this. Besides, maybe it was just a radio they overheard. They might not be old enough to know the difference. How would they have heard the voices?
Didn't Ruby have advanced radio know-how?
The lieutenant shrugs.
Let's at least rule out radios before continuing.
I'm not
Maybe the twins
ruling
didn't
out the
know it was
radios.
a radio they were hearing.
But I don't think he understands what I'm getting at here. If they heard a radio somewhere, that might be where Ruby is.
The washerwoman seems to know everything that happens here. Let's ask if she heard anything before moving on. After you.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
Have you heard a radio on the coast in the last few weeks?
A radio? Ah, no. We play no radio here.
Any idea how
There's one in the shack, but it's never used.
Any idea how the twins could have heard Speed Freaks FM?
Was that the nonsense we were spouting? Huh.
Have you found the little secrets that Kim hides? Not crime-related stuff. I mean, silly stuff like his musical taste stuff. Yeah, I have kind of noticed that. I mean, we talked about his car for a long
I
time.
have no idea where they heard it. They've been in earshot all week, and no radio.
I kind of like that he kind of like indulges us and has fun with it a little bit. Sure, they didn't hear it.
These ears know every sound that belongs to this coast. I would know if I heard anything different.
You good, Kim?
Let's just get it out of the way as fast as we can. Contact dispatch from my kinema and ask them to connect you to the station. Maybe they can shed some light on this.
Why would I connect to the station? What?
I'm ready when you are. Thank you, ma'am.
Anything else?
All right. Well, I'm thinking that this is a pretty good stopping point for today. We've kind of got the gun situation lined up. So that's kind of for next time, for tomorrow. But this feels like a pretty good stopping point. To be honest, I really have to use the bathroom. And there's no point in me leaving the stream on for 20 minutes in that situation. I normally close down at 6 anyway. So tomorrow, 2 to 6, we're going to get our gun back. Woo! What will I play after disco? I haven't really decided. Here, I'll let me show you what I have wish listed right now, because I have a couple games I'm like keeping an eye on for Black Friday. The big one that I am interested in is UFO 50. This is a game from the Spelunky devs, and it is a compilation of literally 50 games, all inspired by like the Super Nintendo era. So a lot of the games may look somewhat familiar, like a kind of a Mega Man vibe here with the art style and everything, but they were made very recently, and as you can see, overwhelmingly positive, 96%. I've heard that it's quite good. I could play Pentiment again. I love Pentiment. But I do have, I was saying earlier, I use this app called GG. And on GG, I track all the games that I beat every year. And I would really like to get to 50 games. And as you can see here, I'm currently at 36 games, and these are like my rankings. So I kind of want to play something that came out this year after this, so I can keep working on this list. I play a lot of these off stream, but there's a couple things I'd like to play on stream. So I'm kind of between UFO 50, Pentiment is really good. It's on Game Pass if you have a Game Pass subscription, or if you're just wanting to try it out. I loved Pentiment. I would say the overall pacing of Pentiment, I think, is better than Disco Elysium, where like a lot of the times in Disco, I feel like I'm doing like nothing at all. Yes, yeah, it's an Xbox. Like, it was made by an Xbox team. But I really like the way Pentiment feels like a really like Disco Elysium's cool that it takes place over like a week. Pentiment takes place over like 30 years or something like that. It's kind of crazy. But I would say right now, yeah, they do get compared. They're not that similar. I mean, they're similar in the sense of like you walk around, you talk to people, you gather information, you're solving a mystery, but the like hook of Disco Elysium is definitely the like brain part of the situation and the stat building. Pentiment does not have that level of stuff. So I would clarify that the appeal of this game is more so the art style and the generation that it's in. But yeah, I would highly recommend it. Also, you can read at your own speed. Sometimes Disco feels like it takes a really long time because I can read a lot faster than these people are going to talk. Pentiment, like, you could kind of breeze through. I'm going to load up my Xbox app fast. I can't remember. Let me tell you how long my playthrough of Pentiment was, too. Because I bet I'm already well past my, the length Pentiment was. Which also may have contributed to my feeling that Disco can drag a little bit. And that's like my only real criticism of it, is that it does feel like I'm not doing anything for very extended periods of time. Sometimes, not all the time. DAO, Dragon Age Origins, the other day. Is that what that is? There's a lot of maybe there's not a lot of DAO, but that's what I'm interpreting. Dragon Age Origins. I own Dragon Age Origins? Since when? What? I didn't know I owned that. Never played this. But another game that's on my list that I'm considering, I have not played Black Myth Wukong. I am a FromSoft head, so like I do usually enjoy this genre of games, and obviously it's got like super overwhelmingly positive whatever. But I just heard that like if you're if you play like Elden Ring and then you play Black Myth Wukong, it's pretty noticeable the drop off in like quality. So like I kind of kept putting it off, especially with the price tag. I wasn't sure I was gonna like it, but that's one that I've considered. Part of me wants to have this long conversation about games, but another part of me is getting anxious if you're not going to the bathroom. I am feeling it, but I'm a strong boy. I've got the bladder control. If you keep talking to me, I can keep distracting myself. The fact that I really have to pee. Where is Pentiment? And it's gonna take me a while to scroll through. I was curious to see how long my playthrough of Pentiment was, but it might take me a minute to get to it. It's a great game. Okay, well that's good. It's like basically all the people that I look to for opinions on like the FromSoft and like discussions about it were kind of in the camp of like, it's fine, you know? And I didn't want to spend, you know, I'm on a budget. That's why I play mostly like Game Pass stuff. I'm on a budget, so playing or old games. So dropping $60 on a game that I wasn't confident I would be like super enthralled in, it was kind of a tough ask. So I'm kind of eyeballing it for Black Friday sale, but it's on my list. It's something I would like to play, especially now that it got a Game of the Year nomination. Yeah, my Pentiment playthrough was 10 hours, so I'm already more than double like the playtime on Disco Elysium compared to Pentiment, and I think that playtime works in Pentiment's favor, and it's one of the reasons I think, like, as I stand right now, I like it a little bit more. But obviously, Disco Elysium has a lot of concluding of the story to do, so it's not really fair to compare them, and they're trying to do very different things. So yeah, I'm kind of between. I wouldn't say it's very short, but I would say it's shorter. 10 hours for a game that you don't actually like play, if you get what I mean, you know, like you just interact and talk and read. That's a pretty healthy time. I don't know. For me, I would say that that's a decently long game. I'm not someone that really likes, like, I think the sweet spot for like a good game is like in that 30-hour mark, and that's like something with really like invigorating gameplay. I think it's really difficult to make a game longer than that really grabs me. So yeah, and that's how I feel too. Like some of my favorite games I've ever played are not that incredibly long. If I were to make a list of like my favorite games of all time, there would be a couple of them that are not incredibly long. Astrobot, I think I beat Astrobot in like 10 hours. I 100%ed that game too. Kunitsugami, that's another fantastic game. I kind of wish I would have played that more on stream. I played it a little bit on stream, but I had a bunch of tech issues with that stream. I don't even know if it's still on my channel, but it was just an observation. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, like length is such a perspective thing, you know? Like how much free time do you have? That determines whether a game feels long or short. You know, for a lot of people. And also pacing is more important than actual length. Like I've put 55 hours into Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, and it feels like it's shorter than some games I've put 30 hours into, you know? Just because it's that much easier for me to get sucked into that game comparatively. What else is on my wish list? I did kind of want to check out this Five Nights at Freddy's game. I'm not a huge Five Nights at Freddy's fan. Like, I've played them, and I think they're fun. But super good reviews on this, and it's another, like, cheaper game to get into, and it's pretty short, which I do love games that I can finish in, like, 2 streams. I think that's really nice. So I was kind of looking at that as a possibility. Of course, Capcom Fighting Collection stuff. I mean, I would love to get into all these Capcom games, but they are very like it's kind of asking a lot to get into those. And once again, it's another like higher price tag game, not high, but like higher. So then it comes to Game Pass, which Game Pass does have a couple things. It's all about the girth. It is all about the girth, baby. I know what you're talking. Where's like the coming soon section? Indie. There is a good chance that I will stream Indiana Jones. I love Indiana Jones for me personally. So that is something that I would consider playing on stream. Also some other games. If we go to, I like to play like the game of the year level games. So I check Open Critic every once in a while. I have not played. I'm planning to get Metaphor, but Metaphor I'm going to play off stream because my girlfriend's really interested in that, my fiance. So I would rather play that personally with her. Sorry, guys, if you were interested. But I have not played Tekken 8 yet, and I have not played another like pretty high up ranked game that came out earlier this year, Dragon's Dogma 2. So those are other ones that I am considering. But that's kind of where we're at. I think I'm pretty, like, I really want to play UFO 50. This feels like my kind of game. She's not a fan of the camera. So she doesn't want to get on. I've tried to see if I can maybe get her to play some like online games and she could play in the living room and like be in like a Discord call, but hasn't been interested. So maybe. We'll put a maybe on that. But for me, like I'll show you the title. Like let's get to know me a little bit. How about that? This is the get to know me stream. Let's look at my last couple years of like game of the year. I am very into this like indie unique gameplay like aesthetic a lot. Games like Pizza Tower. Like I really love those types of games. So UFO 50 feels like a me game. Death's Door was my game of the year in 2021. I also absolutely, I mean, this year felt like a three-way tie for me. It was so hard to pick between Metroid Dread, Psychonauts 2, and I went with Death's Door in the end. Where's 2022? 2022 is a lot more generic because it was just like, oh yeah, Elden Ring. But I also loved A Plague Tale Requiem. My girlfriend and I, my fiance, we bawled our eyes out finishing that game, God of War. But Neon White. Dude, Neon White, Kirby, Grounded, TMNT, Pentiment. Like, I love... Oh, it's so good, dude. It is so good. I am of the opinion, which I guess I could show you back in the 2023 one. I'm very hypercritical of Spider-Man, the Spider-Man games. I think the Batman Arkham games are better, and it mostly comes out of the storytelling. Tunic's fantastic. Yeah, Tunic is fantastic. But Guardians, I genuinely think Guardians is maybe the best superhero game ever. It's got to be like top 3, I think. Just because the character writing is so much better. It's not written like a video game or like an MCU type movie. It's written like a comic book, and they feel like comic book characters. And that is so nice to have when I play like Spider-Man and the characters just feel so inauthentic. Like a Dragon Ball comes with my nationality. Yeah, I guess that is fair. That was Sparking Zero was like a holiday for certain demographics. Yeah, I loved Sparking Zero. It was a lot of fun. I played that one off stream as well. I haven't played a lot of stuff on stream. Wish I would have played Crow Country on stream. That was a fantastic game. This like I get these little trios, you know. The crime stopped, dude. That is true. I get these little like runs of like just these little indie games that I love. Kunitsugami. I mean, Kunitsugami's not really an indie game because it's published by Capcom, but it's still like a budget title, you know. Pro Country, Balatro, and then like, you know, in 2021 there was Death's Door. There was The Forgotten City. I actually thought was like a really compelling game, and I played a couple others like Turnip Boy, Omno, Echo Generation, Artful Escape. Like I play a lot of just little like indie titles that just interest me. Dude, yeah, if you want to talk about a long ass game, Persona 3 Reload. So this was my first Persona game. This was like the first time I'd ever even touched Persona. And that, you know how I've talked about how like, I've said it before on stream, but I've also said it off stream. Like, Disco, I'll have a stream where I'm like, go, go, go. We fucking did that shit. We solved this. We figured out who did this. I know it's that guy. I got this thing done. Boom, 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 boom. And it's like, hell yeah. And then I have a 4-hour stream where nothing happens. And Persona 3 has that so bad. It is literally just like an entire month of the game is nothing. Like nothing happens until like the last day of the month. And then the next month will be just packed. Yeah, it's so like, and it was a fun game. Like I really enjoyed it. The music's great. It's visually super good. It was a lot of fun. I'm not super into turn-based games, but I thought it was really fun to like build up my comp and everything. But it just those down moments were so just often enough to where I had to put like it ended up just kind of sliding down my board as more stuff came out. Yeah. Which is cool. Like, but that's also one of the reasons why I really want to play Metaphor is like I played the demo of Metaphor, and that like 8-hour run, I felt like you could tell the difference. I mean, of course, like the original Persona 3 came out like 15 years ago or something like that. So this is like 15 years of them learning how to better their pacing, how to make the games better, and it just felt immediately to me like Metaphor was going to be better at that. So I really am excited to take a look at that when I get the chance, hopefully. Oh, another game that I'm considering, and this might be a fun one, but Dead Rising. I quite enjoy Dead Rising. Quite enjoyed the original. So I would like to revisit it. So this could be fun. I didn't even know they had a demo. That's pretty cool. But yeah, that's another one. You can see what I have installed right now, but nothing I really play. One of my friends loves the FF7 remakes, but as far as I've seen, the enemies look like sponges. Like they seem to take a shit ton of damage. Yes and no. I'm not sure. Plus, oh, well, yes, the Sephiroth final fight is very long. He is the most damage spongy, I guess. So that is a bad example, I would say. The game has a lot of fights where it's like one spongy enemy and then like 6 not so spongy enemies, and you kind of get this nice like bouncing it back and forth. But also the game is really complex in its build variety, where it's like if you're doing things right, you can come up with some really messed up builds that will just melt enemies. So at the same time, it's like there's a lot of factors. There are some very spongy enemies, but there's also a situation where you know, you can do enough damage to make them not feel spongy anymore. So, yeah, I wouldn't say it's too bad in that regard. My issues with Final Fantasy VII remakes is mostly just that the first remake is all about like, is it worth it to get the Paper Mario remake? Do you like Paper Mario? So, Paper Mario Thousand Year Door, this was my first time playing Thousand Year Door. And it definitely feels like a GameCube game from like 2004, in good ways and in bad ways. I do think it felt like an expensive game for that, and that's part of the reason it's farther down on my list. But I did think the pacing was fun. I wish the game was harder. I think that's one big thing with it. But it was a lot of fun, you know, doing voices for the characters and playing it with my friends. Like we would have like my friends as like we would all sit down and play it in sessions together, and that kind of added to the experience. But yeah, I it just comes down to like, if you like the original enough, I feel like now this is not me saying that you should emulate the original Paper Mario from the GameCube version, but if one were to have an emulator and a ROM of that version of the game, it would not be the worst way to play Paper Mario and the Thousand Year Door. Please don't come after me, Nintendo. Yes, they are very expensive. The nice thing is that they do have resale value. Like if you bought the game for $60, you can get like $30-40 back on it, and then it's like, well, I paid $20 to play it, and that's not so bad. But I just tripped and fell and downloaded a ROM. Don't tell Nintendo. Don't tell them about that. But yeah, I don't know. I like, honest to God, if you did have a way of playing the original, I would say just play the original, because there's nothing that the remake does that makes it like a definitively better experience. Always get stuck. Yeah, I love Metroid Dread. So when I saw Metroid Dread was announced, I thought it looked so cool that I was like, I don't want to just hop into Dread. I want to know everything. And I literally played all of the Metroid games, besides the Prime ones, because there wasn't like an easy way. Nintendo hasn't made it easy for people to replay the Prime games. And then after Dread came out, they put Metroid Prime 1 on Switch. But yeah, it's so cool. It's so cool. But yeah, I when I saw it, I was just like, this is my shit, dude. I need to get in on this. And so I literally played like the NES version, and then the Super Nintendo version, and then Metroid Fusion. I guess I skipped Metroid Returns, or Samus Returns, which was a Game Boy game, and then they remade it for the DS. Dude, it was like my boss of the year, I think. Hold on, let me go back. Let me check 2021 again. Was that my boss of the year? Was there a boss that I can remember? Ooh, actually, Death's Door has a boss that might be above it. They'd be very close. And then Magnum Malo and Monster Hunter Rise was a fucking awesome fight. Dude, when that demo for Monster Hunter Rise came out, me and all my friends got on there, and we tried to beat Magnum Malo for like 6 hours. It was literally just rematching that same fight over and over. Death's Door, to me, is literally like what Zelda, like if you took the original Zelda on the NES and you were like, make a version of that for modern audiences, Death's Door is that game. If you like that style of like exploration, puzzle solving, kind of having a general idea of where to go, but really you're kind of free to just explore and figure stuff out. And then on top of that, like the actual combat style is very similar to Zelda, but with a little bit more of an emphasis on the ability to dodge, roll, get out of the way, move out of attacks. Yeah. Yeah, the content drought really hurt that game. But I'm mostly just counting the campaign on here, and I did really enjoy the campaign. Although I guess if I was reordering this now, looking back on it with a little bit more hindsight, because I don't think I've adjusted this list since the end of 2021, I think I probably would move Halo Infinite down and move... Well, actually, Base Rise wasn't that great. It was when they added Sunbreak stuff that it got a lot better. So I don't know. I think maybe I would just leave it the way it is, because I have Sunbreak separately in 2022, don't I? Yeah. Unix Signalis. Dude, I love looking at these lists and just seeing these like little games that just stick with me years later. This is 2022. We're almost at the end of 2024, but yeah, it's okay. Honestly, I probably really should call it there. So, but thanks for the discussion. We can definitely sit down and just chat more about this type of stuff later on. Yeah, Arceus was the first time I enjoyed a Pokemon game, to be honest, in a very, very long time. I think in the same year I played the Pearl remake. Maybe it was a different year. Maybe it was the year before. I don't remember. But I got like the Diamond and Pearl remake, and I was like, ugh. Man, and Arceus was so much better. But yeah, I'm gonna call it there. Thanks you guys so much for joining me. Rightfully so. Callisto Protocol isn't that good. I just had fun with it, if that makes sense. It was just a fun game. I liked the fun of it, and both in the good and the bad. Long answer so mid. Stream is ending soon, so no one can kill me for that. And no one will, because I think we all agree Pokemon games are pretty mid. I understand the addicting sides of them. Okay, you guys are in my brain right now. You guys are pulling me so many different directions. I really appreciate being able to chat with you guys, though. This means a whole lot to me as just some kid wrapped up in his office. So hopefully I'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll be back 2 to 6, and we're going to get our gun. We are going to get a gun. You know what? To celebrate getting a gun, I'm going to bring an actual gun on stream. An actual gun. And when I get the gun in the game, we're going to fire that off right here in my room. Just so look forward to that. Look forward to firearm malpractice. Thanks for joining me, guys. Have a good night. Peace.